Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Hi. Oh, wow. Wowie. Thank you. Thank you, Apex, for redeeming Upside Down right off the bat. That's so... That's so chaotic of you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Are you all having a good day? Happy Monday. Well, no, I'll go Upside Down. Also, congratulations on getting first. And congratulations on Broly for getting not first, but redeeming it before anyone else redeemed anything else. Kind of aura of you. Oh look, me and the chat box are like we're kinda holding tails. Pretty cute, huh? Like, oh my goodness, thank you so much. I must say, this little bow in the back is so cute, but I feel so bad that it's just like behind my head. But I knew as soon as I saw it that I had to have it, and I knew I had to change my whole hair around so that it would not look goofy. And I think it's quite pleasant. I think we're slaying. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you for the bonk. I'm so sleepy today. I'm so sleepy today. But it's chill. It's like it's not like exhausted like I feel like dying. It's just sleepy. Like come me. Oh, Cam. What you want like a separate you want a separate like little source that's just a picture of my bow? Or are you saying you just want me to stream like this? Like you don't really have to look at my face. That's not important. You just want to see my bow. Both is crazy. Um I don't even know how I would do that. I love the new hairstyle. Ah, thank you. I at first I tried to put this bow on like my regular long hair, but I don't know. I thought it didn't make a very pretty silhouette. I thought it looked too busy. So we got a little bob. Has anybody like had a bob hairstyle before? I never have. I think I think I'm too scared that I wouldn't ever be in the mood to style it every single day, you know. But I think they're really cute. Shout out to Bobs. Do you have the honeycombs a bow? So my bow asset isn't like a PNG, it's like a 3D shape, so I don't really know how I would put that on honeycombs. If you draw a bow and then you put the PNG with the transparent background in my Discord server, I'll put it on the honeycombs. How about that? Yippee! Yippee! Are you guys excited for 6 more weeks of winter? The little groundhog dude saw his shadow. I don't really know what the lore behind that is. I don't know who decided why Groundhog's Day should be a thing. I don't know if it exists outside of the United States. Do you guys all know what Groundhog's Day is? I feel like it's in media, so like maybe everyone knows about it. But I don't know. I just think that's so fun. Just a little guy. Just a little guy looking around at his shadow. And now we get more winter. Yippee! I'm so happy. But I guess to tell you the truth, I'd be happy either way. Because I quite like spring as well. Spring and winter are like, oh, they're the best seasons. They're so good. They're so good. I just like winter a little bit more. I'd like it even more if there was like snow outside. It's just kind of cold for no reason. It's okay. I really like it. I'm a February enjoyer. 3D model honeycombs. Okay. How would that help our situation? Do you want like a rotating model of honeycombs like in the corner? Do you ever see those streamers that they'll have some sort of sponsorship or merch, and it'll be like gamer sups in the corner, and they'll be like rotating, or it'll be like if they have like a figure, it'll be in the corner of the stream, and it'll just be rotating, and it's like buy now. I could have that for honeycombs, but I'm not sponsored. I'm just a big fan. Results are wrong 80% of the time. Nuh-uh, that groundhog has never been wrong before in his life. And also, he's immortal. Shout out Puxatawny Phil. Pux? I don't really know how to say the first part of his name. But it's like P-U-X... a tawny. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I'm kind of a fake groundhog enjoyer. I don't think I've ever seen a real life groundhog. But from the pictures I've seen, they're pretty cute. They're pretty cute. Yarp. Hold on, let me open Stardew Valley. I didn't. I didn't open it yet. Maybe learn how to spell and say his name. Oh, it's like such a weird name though. It's such a weird name though. It's so long, it's a bit hard to remember. I think I get a pass for that one. I would say probably 90% of people could not spell his name correctly. The 10% that can probably live in Puxatawny, Pennsylvania. That would be my guess. That would be my honest truth. Hold on. We're gaming. We're gaming. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll go up here. And then wait, I love this song. And then you go down here. In my non-rotating honeycombs. You can go here. Oh yeah. Hold on. We're still getting situated. It's a chill kind of day, and in case you couldn't tell. I mean, I love this song. Shout out to whoever sang this and went, it's so awesome. Can you hear Stardew? I think you can. I'll mute it until the end of the song, though. Good morning, Ass. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? I hope you're doing good. I don't know why you guys. Oh, there we go. There we go. My tail's blocking it, but that's surely that's true. I think we're almost to year 2. Day 16 of winter, year 1. I think we got like 2 more weeks and then we're chilling. Okay, the song's pretty much over. We'll go back to Stardew. Yo, Border Streak! That's so awesome! Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wowee. It's a lot of streams. Okay. Can you hear and see? Can you hear and see? Check me out. I got a little beanie. I got a seasonal plant, a stone frog, and a green office stool. I think we're living pretty large. Okay. Be loyal to the homies. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Discord ping notification. Also first. Did I not ping? Wait, I swear I pinged. And then, because I was going bleep, blop, bleep, blop, bleep. Ah, my friend released a cover while I was live. That's so freaking rude. Sigh. Hold on. Don't even worry, I'll do a notification. Wait, I did one. What? Tiger Fang 9 scamming me. Do you want a second one? I won't ping for it, but I'll just put a second one. Oh, I'll ping you for it. Oh wait, you're not even in my server. Tiger. Tiger, what are you talking about? Okay, well, I'll put it in there. I'll put it in there and you'll never see it. Why should you flip vertically instead with upside down so your tail isn't in the way? But then But then it wouldn't be as fun. I mean, if you want to stream and you want to have an upside down redeem and you want to flip vertically, then you can do that. But I like my way. Also, thank you for the bonk. Oh my god, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Oh my goodness, everyone come in here and start redeeming stuff. Hi. Happy Monday. Thought I heard a notif from stream. Oh, really? I didn't hear a notif, so it must have been on your end. Tiger Phrase 9. Oh, that's so real. She did the do-it-yourself then? Well, yeah. Listen, I'm always open to suggestions, but I think if I get the same suggestion like 3 times and I've already explained my reasoning, I'm probably not gonna entertain it that much. This looks kind of ugly. I don't know where I should go though. I don't know what this is. Yo! Thank you for the bonk. Oh my bad, he just got here. No, don't worry. I'm not actually stressed out. Don't worry. I'm just dramatic. Hi. Hi, hello. Oh, I didn't stretch, sorry. Rate my drip. Do you guys like the bright purple shoes with the red beanie? Yes or no? I think that's kind of awesome. I think I need to upgrade my house again. I have to. Oh! My seasonal plant is just a stick. Okay, well, I guess it's fine. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know where I got this stuff from. Like, this frog is definitely something that I would purchase. But I don't know why I would buy an office stool. I don't know what my vision was there. Maybe I can put it in the chicken coop for when I have chickens. I'll get chickens eventually, don't even worry. Oops, don't look at that. What are you trying to say, she? Okay, I think my goals were I was gonna get like a silo so I could collect hay so that I could get chickens. But I didn't want to get chickens while it's winter because I didn't want them to be like cooped up inside, you know? I think I also want to make my house bigger. And I should probably think about how to lay out my farm, but I don't really want to do that. But I have all this space all around here. I'm using this for my main farmland. I don't know what to do with all this other space though. Wait, I already got a silo. Robin's building it. Slay. Why'd I put it down here? Okay. Well, it's fine. We can always move buildings later, I think. I hope. That little guy is not getting watered. Hooga. I need I need to hire like a farm manager. Surely that would help. Oh, I've got blackberries. He's just looking for those. Okay. Hopefully everybody in this valley likes blackberry jam, because that's all we got. Ooh. Wait, I can't shift. Oh wait, it's not shift, it's tab. Yesterday my shift button wasn't working. I was kind of worried. It was kind of freaking me out, but it seems to have fixed itself. So that's good. It's so quiet. Did I do that? Oh, I guess it's a quiet sort of winter morning. What are today's serious levels? Oh, well, it's kind of hard to say because I don't know what the scale is. I've heard that the scale was a 5 scale, and I've heard that it was a 10 scale, and I've heard that it's a 100 scale. So I think my answer varies pretty dramatically based off of based off what the scale is. I would say it's pretty high though. Maybe not maximum. Ew, did you hear that? Not maximum, but like pretty high up there. It might be maximum if I had a better outfit on. But I think I'm going to judo later, so I'm just wearing like leggings and like a not really a t-shirt. Like I guess it's a t-shirt, but it's not cotton. It's like the weird material that's like slippery. Do you know what I'm talking about? Can we have a demo? What do you want a demo of? Of Riz? Of Riz or what? Yes? You scored a lasagna out of 10 out of the Riz scale? Oh man. I don't want to be lasagna. Although I was voted most likely to be lasagna, so I guess that counts for something. Oh my goodness. I'm wasting so much of the day because I'm just trying to like remember what I was doing. What was going on. Guess you can get that going. Man, I keep pressing tab to open the inventory and that's just not the inventory button. Whoopsie. I also have a squid in my pocket. Does anybody know why I have a squid in my pocket? Please raise your hands. I keep doing it. I think it's because I've been playing Sunhaven, and Sunhaven is tab to open your inventory, maybe. But yeah, on a 10 scale, I would say I'm an 8 foe today. Oh, I gotta slay some bats. Yes, Riz demo. Well, listen, I have Riz, but it's hard to be like, give us a demo, give us a demo. Like, because then it feels forced, right? And I'm sure you all want to experience my natural Riz abilities in a not forced way. Okay, none of these are squid related, so I'm not really sure why I have this. Oh, I must have been going to the night market because I have coffee in my pocket as well. So this is probably just sellable. Okay. Get L Riz with Mick. Listen. She can make fun of my Riz all she wants. However, she is the one who went on a date with me and has a matching outfit with me and has Valentine's Day plans with me. So I think she's just being a tsundere. I think it's all a front. I pulled her so hard. I don't know, lasagna. I was a really picky eater as a kid, and I guess I'm still a little bit of a picky eater. But like, I would not try things as a kid, you know? At least nowadays, I'll try stuff and then be like, I don't really like it. But as a kid, I wouldn't do that. I'd just be like, the vibes are off. I probably don't like that. But I refused to eat lasagna until I was like 11 because I was really obsessed with Garfield. and then I was like, man, I would try lasagna just for Garfield. And I did, and it was pretty okay. Not the best thing I ever ate, but it was pretty okay. Not a fan of the cheese they use for lasagna, though. The, like, crumbly stuff. I don't really vibe with that. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't know what I was doing. I need to slay cave bats, but I'm not sure if the night market... Okay, the night market's here, and I don't want to miss that. It's not open till night, right? So I don't know what to do until then. I guess you can go fishing. Fishing's kind of awesome. She or she? I don't know. I don't remember what I just said. Every time someone says she, it gets attention. Is it pronounced like she? Or is it pronounced a different way? She. Stop, posto. She, okay. That's awesome. Thank you. Yarp. Sorry, I don't... I ran out of yaps. I'm sleepy. Yippee! Turip. Where my Brazilian waifu's at? She is pronounced she. I mean, swear in Japanese, also death. I mean, that makes sense if they're, like, going for the Japanese thing. But I don't know, maybe they just made it up in their head. And it's pronounced, like, shy. You never know. She sells seashells by the she store. Wow, the she store? Is that like the store? Oh, sorry, shore. I just read store. Well, is that like the shore that you go to find she, or does she own that shore? She sells she. Wow, that's so that's so awesome. Thank you. 10 minutes. Oh, it's been 22 minutes. Wow. Time really is a construct, huh? Okay, hold on. I have so many boxes on my OBS. Oh, there we go. Slay! Slay. Okay. We're so regular. We're so back. Yippee! She owns the store, the shore. Sorry, I don't know why I want to read store. Thinking about groceries. Thinking about going to buy milk. I think the last 3 times I went to the store, I didn't like do a full grocery run. I just got like milk. I think that's kind of awesome. Store. Yeah. Well, what is... Yup. Is that like a store for your shores, or is that just the location? Hold on, I'm looking for my honeycombs. Go here. I'll go here. Diet activities, yo! Nuh-uh. No. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like if I try to read that tongue twister, I'm gonna explode. Thank you. Thank you for sending it, though. Honeycomb store, milk, honeycomb. Man, that's so real, but not really. I haven't got honeycombs in so long. I don't know. The full boxes of cereal are quite expensive if you don't buy them on sale. I only buy cereal when it's on sale for like $3 or less. Who has time for $5 cereal? Shit, Spider Toilet Man. Wow. Thanks. That's so awesome. It's such a goofy visual. Space all typing that. Oh man. I hope your subscription to that particular streamer never expires. I hope you have tomato emotes forever. Oh my god, hi. Why did you laugh at that twice? I didn't. Chat. I'm sorry. It's just one of those days. I don't know what to tell you. I'm also not sure if I'm going to judo or not. The roads are like low-key icy, but I'm low-key built different. But I think it depends on if my friend wants to go, but I haven't heard from her. I'm cooked. Go back to bed! No! I'm chilling. I want to play Stardew. Gotta head back and have a great rest of stream and day. Yeah, thank you. I hope the rest of your work goes so well. No. What are you saying, Naruto? To going back to bed? She can barely even read. It's not. It's not like that. It's not like that. Don't worry. Hi, Fusty. Oh. I don't think I have anything for her. Man, my girlfriend is so cute. English degree. Yo! Yeah, I don't have a reading degree. I have an English degree. I think... I don't know. I think English degree is more about, like, analysis and criticism and engaging with the literature more so than, like, vocab words and grammar. You know, I think people... I don't know. I think people just imagine that when you're getting your English degree, you're, like, taking spelling tests and stuff. And that's just not real. She or Sha? You can't engage her. You can't! Oh, yes, you can! Man, I'll just be engaging with it differently. Sounded like you said English degree with an R. English? I don't know. I don't know, maybe. I think I get lazy and mispronounce stuff. Be sure to join their Discord and leave a like on their Pac-Man. Papa's you map. Talk to my wife if you want to increase the size of your house. Okay, thanks. Wow, what a good husband. Just like doing ad reads for his wife. Getting all my holiday shopping done tonight. Let me know if you see Pierre coming. That's cute. Oh. You know, I purchased some of my favorite items from this market. That's nice. This is kind of a banger painting. I would buy that, I think. I like going to, like, festivals and buying arts. And then and then it just sits stacked up in my closet because I don't have any space for it. But I really like supporting artists. Ooh, fine purple silk. You can't find that at Jojo Mart. I don't think anybody's selling fine purple silk. Weird hearing the music and seeing the game. I'm so used to listening to OST on Spotify and doing other stuff. Oh. Really? I don't know. I don't think I listen to Stardew Valley music too much. But I also don't think about what I'm listening to a lot of the time. So maybe we're just built different. Man, this is not super great products. I want furniture for real. You have... Yo, you have stuff. Cone hat. Barely ever played this game, but I know all the songs. Oh. That's some crazy aura you got there. Huh, yo. That is so much money. It's okay, I'll settle for a parrot. Maybe I should be saving for a house. I'm not really sure how much a house costs. Like a bigger house. Okay, and you got seasonal stuff. I don't think that changes very much. You received a coffee. Yippee! I don't really remember what this is for. Like, I know you go fishing here. Ahoy there! Want to take a deep sea fishing tour? It'll cost you $1,000. Okay. Are there rare fish in here? This is so ominous. I need some music for this for real. You look adorable. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so sweet. I'm all dressed up for Valentine's Day. My very favorite holiday. 1K for a fishing trip. Listen, you just don't understand the mind of a genius. This is awesome. I think there's like special fish here. Surely it's not $1,000 just to go fishing like regular style. Or we catch a bunch of seaweed, and that's awesome. Sure, copium. Copium. So yummy. Oh, see, look, a midnight squid. That's unique, and it's 17 inches. That's so awesome. Plated fish. Oh my goodness, did you guys ever read The Rainbow Fish? I quite liked that story as a kiddo. It was like this fish with a bunch of like shiny scales, and he gave them all away. And then he felt bad about himself because he's like, oh man, I'm ugly now. So I think the lesson of that book is don't share anything. You just hoard it. Just hoard all the things that make you happy. I heard we can catch anglerfish here. Plus, yo! But what if I can though? What if I can though? Wouldn't that be so awesome? Yes? Quite like that one. Oh look, a thing. Buzzfeed. It's true, it's true. Man, there's a lot of seaweed down here. I'm feeling a little bit scammed. I'm feeling like I'm not gonna make my $1,000 back. Unless this chest has like a diamond in it. Surely. Oh, it's just a geode. Is this all I've caught? And some seaweed? Maybe this is just the midnight fish area. Or sorry, midnight squid area. Maybe that's all you can get. It's okay, surely it's worth it. Captain Holding's laugh right now. Man. I'm gonna sell those 2 squid for like $50 each. It's okay. You know, sometimes it's not about the squids that you catch, but the good time that you had catching them. Sorry, the opposite of what you said. Yeah. I think like the fish does get sad. He's like, oh, I'm not beautiful anymore because I gave away all my scales. But like everybody was so happy and they still called him beautiful or something. I think the message of that book was like sharing is good. And like lots of people being happy is better than just one person being happy. You know, don't hoard your wealth. But I think what I said was funnier. You guys said Elmer. Ah, the kids spoke about the elephants. It was colorful. I feel like it's similar to rainbow fish, but also not. Maybe if I like saw the cover, I'd be like, oh yeah, I know what that is. But just from you saying that, I am not familiar. Okay, I think pass out time is 2 AM in this game, maybe, perhaps. New model or new outfit? It's a new outfit! It's my Valentine's Day outfit. Do you like it? Do you like it? Oh, thank you for the hype, Jade. There's probably a lot of children's books that I just like forgot about. But I think they go crazy. I was quite fond of the little red hen. She asks everybody to help her bake bread, and then nobody wants to help her cook it. But then whenever she's like, alright, I made bread, who wants some? Everybody wants some. And she's like, haha, no. Haha, no, nobody helped me. You don't get any. Honestly, queen behavior. Oh, starting to feel exhausted. I don't know how long the elevator takes to get back up to the surface. I hope I don't pass out in this weird guy's submarine at the bottom of the ocean. That'd be a little unfortunate, huh? Ah, please. Please. Oh, good thing! See, this was so worth it! A little guy. It looks nice, thank you! Thank you, thank you. I worked really hard on it. I'm matching with my friend Mixelsa. Hello, Senna Cutie. What cute outfit is this? It's so good! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow, I am gonna pass out, I think. At the bottom of the ocean. With this weird little Pringles guy. Yeah, I worked quite hard on it. Look. Ooh. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Wow. Say wow. Wow, that's so cool. And I don't know, my eye highlights changed as well, but I don't know if that's super noticeable. My eyes are more sparkly than usual because I have joy and love in my heart. Wow, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh my god, I'm dead as hell. I don't have a warp totem. Alright, wish me luck. Wish me luck. I think I'm dead. Elmer's an elephant who's colorful, so he gets shunned until he realizes that he's special and accepts himself. But the thing is, there's another book about a normal elephant who dyes himself to remove colors, and at the end realizes better to not stand out. So it was very confusing, the little me. Oh, that reminds me of Dr. Seuss's The Starbelly Snitches. It wasn't like two separate books, it was the same book, but it was like, I don't know. I think that book was low key about racism because there's these like little like yellow bird fellas, and like some of them had stars on their tummies and some of them didn't. And at first, the star-bellied ones were like, "Yeah, we're superior. We're cool because we all have stars." And then the ones without stars were like, "Actually, no, we're better. We don't have stars, and if you have a star, you're a loser." And they like went back and forth. And it was like, "Whoa." That's crazy. That's what that reminds me of. But yeah, I don't think I read any elephant related books. My copper hoe is ready. Slay. So little red hen goes crazy. I love that she was sassy and petty as she should. Real. I really resonate with that. I think that was my mama's favorite book to read to me. My mama's a little bit sassy, and I think she kind of gave me some of that sass. I'll put this parrot outside by the frog. I think they're friends. Oh, yeah. Although the frog kind of has like a little thing to sit on. I hope they don't get jealous of each other. Oh, it's here. Tee-hee. Tee-hee, tee-hee. Math fun fact, there is an algorithm created by David A. Cox and Steven Zucker named Cox-Zucker machine. Not a coincidence, because as Cox himself said, a few weeks after we met, we realized we had to write a joint paper because the combination of our last names in the usual alphabetical order is remarkably obscene. Is that? I feel like that's not even a math fun fact. That's just like a goober goober fun fact. It's kind of awesome. Now you should pay me cute points? What is cute points? How do I pay you those? I don't know how many cute points I have. I got billed $1,000. So it was $1,000 to go under the sea, and then it was $1,000 to get fished up out of the sea. Oh, thank you for this stretch. Reminds me of this school play I was in as a kid about two brothers who fight over which legs breaks when you say cross-legged. And they get so mad that literal generations later the families are still fighting without knowing why. What was your role in this play? That sounds so awesome. I've never thought about which leg goes on top. I think if you... Well, right now I'm actually sitting cross-legged and my left leg isn't top. Do I switch? It doesn't feel like particularly like correct either way. I think I'm not loyal to a leg being on top. I think they're equally fine. Gimbal all. Oh, Clumsy. Oh, this is so sad. Okay. I'm gonna keep this blobfish. He feels important. I was just one of the random cousins along the way. All I remember is that I sat in a shopping cart and someone pushed me around and it was fun. That sounds so nice. When's the last time you guys have been pushed around in a shopping cart? Have you done that recently? I'm trying to think of when mine would be. I don't think within the last year. I used to make my little sister, who's like 6 years younger than me, push me around in the shopping cart because I don't know, she's like the youngest in the family, and so she was always like, "Wow, wow, like I want to be independent, like I want to be treated as an adult." And I'm like, okay, all right, you want to be independent, you don't want to be pushed around the shopping cart, okay, you can be in charge of me, push me around in the shopping cart. And so I have a picture of her in like her cheer uniform as like a little kid just pushing me around, and I think that's pretty awesome. You are now manually crossing legs. Oh, I uncrossed them. Now I'm like wiggling my knee. I don't know how to describe it. I've got one knee like tucked under me and one like pointed up towards the ceiling, and it's like fidgeting back and forth. What is that logic? Well, I don't know. Like she would be like, "No, no, I don't want you to hold my hand. Like, I'm a big girl." Or like, "No, I don't want to sit in the shopping cart. Like, I can walk." And then, like, since she's 6 years younger than me, I would be like, "Oh, man, I kind of sigh. Like, I'm becoming a teenager, and like, I kind of miss being coddled." And so, like, sheesh, mutual beneficial, you know? I like how I predicted that one message just get auto-modded. I didn't even see what got auto-modded. Oh. I don't want to read that one out loud. Um. I did push someone in a shopping cart to film a dolly shot on a budget. Just running full force on the road with a squeaky shopping cart like a maniac. How do you even get... Like, where'd you get a shopping cart from? Do you just go to your like local store and be like, "Hey, hey, do you have any out of commission carts?" Lasty, sorry to bother you again, but I need another favor. I got a new hammer and I want to try it on a variety of metals. Could you smell an iron bar and bring it to me? I mean, we're like in winter and you're just wanting one iron bar? Do I have to smelt it or can I just... Okay, it just says bring. So you can just have one that I already had cooking up. Okay. Portrait of a mermaid. I'll put that in my important things chest until I can upgrade my house. Honestly, the blobfish can go there too. I don't know what to do with him, but surely he will be an important tool. That'll help us later. Also, it's hard. Cameras are heavy. Ooh, I've never filmed anything. I really truly have no idea what that's like. But I remember watching iCarly, if you've ever seen that, and being like, man, holding that camera does not look like a fun time. Like whenever Freddy was on the screen, it showed him holding the big old camera. Aw, man, you're not even open. Well, can you at least steal it? Someone did. Okay, I wasn't gonna ask because I didn't want to force you to commit crimes in my Twitch chat. But I had a sneaking suspicion. Because, like, I don't know. What else are you supposed to do? Like, does Amazon have, like, you could just buy a shopping cart? How much even is a shopping cart? I don't know. The unhomed method. Slurp. I had a friend who worked at Toys R Us the year that it went bankrupt. And, which, you know, that kind of sucked for him because it was like, wow, he's not gonna have a job anymore. But anyway, he took some of the shopping carts home because he was like, yo, these are gonna be worth so much money in like 20 years because Toys R Us isn't gonna be a store anymore. And so people are gonna pay big bucks for these shopping carts. And I don't think he like stole them from his place of work. I think they genuinely like didn't have anything to do with them. So it was like, it was all above the table. But I don't know if he still has some. But I thought that was really funny. Because, I don't know. Of all the, like, rare lost media sort of... I guess it's not media. But, like, of all the, like, rare items or, like, collectibles that you could have, like, a shopping cart maybe is not the first thing I would think of. Kind of awesome, though. If anybody wants a Toys R Us shopping cart, let me know. You get a shopping cart shipped to your house? Well, I assume the same way you get like a refrigerator or any like large appliance. Like surely it comes in a box, right? Or maybe it doesn't need a box. Maybe they just like drag it behind the truck on wheels. Same logic. I love your friend now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'll have to ask him if he still has He also like didn't have his own like he lived with his mama at the time. So I don't know if she was like on board or she was just like begrudgingly like, okay, I guess so. But I know they had Toys R Us shopping carts for a good few months at least, if not to this day. Oh yeah, I was like, man, let me go fishing until the blacksmith opens. And now I'm like 3 hours late. Womp womp. Typically you get them in bulk. That makes sense. Each cost $100. Oh, I had no idea. Maybe my friend was onto something. Well, surely, I feel like there's different levels of shopping carts, right? Like there's the really nice ones that are like metal with like the plastic like handles and they have like built-in cup holders. But then there's also like the jank ones where there's like there's not metal and like the whole basket is made out of plastic and they're like not very comfy and they probably hurt your hands. Now surely you could get like a lower quality like C-tier shopping cart for cheaper, I hope. At least $100 for a decent one? Oh. Okay, what if we don't care about it being decent? What if we're just filming something on a budget? It's just like, man, just give me anything. Okay, okay, we can donate one of those to the museum. That can go to the museum. And you wanted iron? Iron? Hey, it's the iron bar I asked for. It looks strong. Perfect. Thanks, Frosty. I appreciate this. I love you too, Dad. Honestly, he should sell some to a prop warehouse. I bet one day someone will make a movie set in a Toys R Us and your friend is gonna save that poor producer's life. You really think someone's gonna make a movie with Toys R Us? Maybe that'd be like a good horror movie. Like kind of approaching Five Nights at Freddy's territory. Okay, I gotta slay 50 bats. Wait, is today still the Winter Festival? I don't even know. Let me check my calendar. Wait, let me go to the museum first and then I'll check the calendar. $50 for a personal one. A personal shopping cart. I guess you mean like personal versus like a business, like corporation. But I kind of like the idea of like, oh, this is the community shopping cart. This is my personal one. Horror? Yeah. Like surely. I feel like a lot of, well, maybe not a lot. I feel like a good chunk of horror is rooted in like children folklore, children's spaces. That makes it like extra scary, right? If it's happening to kids. Pretty sure there's a movie this year about this guy who lived in Toys R Us. I haven't seen it, but I guess it's more likely to happen than you think. Oh. I guess I'm just not really aware of like movies that are coming out unless a lot of people are talking about them. Swag. Like a small one? Oh. Wait, they sell at some stores in the toy aisles, there'll be like little like mini shopping cart toys that you can buy for your kiddo. So that like they can pretend like they're shopping too. Maybe maybe you could get one of those and then just like use forced perspective. I don't really know how you film with forced perspective, but like surely someone can make that work. Probably save a lot of money. The forest is a wonderful place. Have you been there? Yes, Elliot. Thank you for asking. Man, I need some real talk. I'm tired of that. Wow! Oh my goodness, I hear you! Oh my goodness! You're a meow 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 meow. Hi! Oh my god, how it's so lovely to see you. Oh, the night market is today. Okay, well then I won't slay bats today. I'll just give the wizard a birthday gift, perhaps. I don't know if he wants any of this. I'm muted at work. Hi. Yeah. Rar. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi. Sheesh. Damn, capitalism reaches them at a young age, huh? Low key, it is a little bit. I don't want to say dystopian per se, because that feels like a gross exaggeration, but it definitely feels like very. Indoctrination seems a bit too strong as well. But it feels like we're definitely like conditioning kids towards capitalism when you look at the toy aisle. Like, I don't know. Have you ever been to the Target toy section? And then there's like the regular toys, like little trucks and like choo-choo trains and dollies and stuff. But then there's also like shopping carts, and there's this one toy that was so off-putting to me. It was like a little Stanley cup for babies. So you could have your little baby have their own shopping cart and their Stanley cup and like their little keys, and I don't know. Something about that's just kind of weird to me. Thank you for translating, Awa. Omji, hi, sheesh. That's true. I do be saying that. We're red snappers. I feel like I can't do that. I think I'm gonna let that one go. Yeah. Oh my goodness, hi Seth. It's good to see you. Are you excited for the new year? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I need to get my money up. By the springtime, I wanna be able to have chickens. I'm not sure how much a chicken costs. But that is my goal. Howdy. Howdy, howdy. Are you excited for 6 more weeks of winter? Oh my god, little dude. Stanley Cup for kids? The Stanley Cup itself is literally just a baby. That's kind of real. That's kind of real. I don't know. I don't think there's any problem with, like, if you need a cup, like, if you're in the market for a new cup and you get one that's, like, really popular, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do think it's kind of weird if you have, like, lots of perfectly good cups and then you get, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like cup collecting is kind of an excessive sort of situation. And then buying one for your baby is kind of weird. But I'm not gonna yuck people's yum too hard. Okay, so I'm cool. I'm coolest. Oh wait, I think the wizard likes White Essence. Give him that for his birthday. Okay, I wanna get all this garbage out of my inventory, I think. No, I used one. That's why I can't say for certain that it serves. Oh, that's why I can say for certain that it serves the exact same function. Yeah, wait, that's kind of awesome. Maybe I should put these in my pocket in case I see my girlfriend. So babies can match parents. Yeah, I guess there is something kind of cute about that. I guess that's why they sell like little tiny baby Nikes so that they can match their parents. But I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like little whimsical things for kiddos. I don't really like to see little babies cosplaying as adults. There's something about it that makes me a little bit like, oh man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit of a hater. That could be kind of real. I think this sells for a lot. Maybe, perhaps. Oh, man. I wish you could label the chests in this game. I think there's signs in this game. Maybe I should look into getting some signs. Okay. Oh, that seed is unwatered as hell. Womp womp womp. Is this time? 0 out of 240? Wait, how do I need a scythe? Maybe I need a scythe. I think there's a way to harvest hay from grass, but I'm not 100% sure. It's so quiet. I guess that's what's nice about about winter is how quiet it is. I feel like when I'm playing a game, I don't want it to be quiet. Oh, there's people outside. They're walking and talking. I mean, I hope this guy is at home. Here's happy birthday. Oh, is it my birthday today? I guess it is. Thanks. This is nice. Winter 17. I think that's probably the most pleasant birthday. If I had to choose my birthday, it would be winter 17. Birthday Cinnabon! Oh, thank you. It's not my birthday, but but I'll take your well wishes. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, scrungly. Slay. Sorry, I'm so I'm so not locked in. Let me take a drink and then I'll welcome in. It's Cindy. Oh my goodness, it's Luri. Oh my goodness. We got a kitty cat in chat. Hi. I lived in Pelican Town my whole life. Can you believe that? I don't know. I feel like it would be so hard to live somewhere your whole life. I guess if you have a lot of family and stuff, it would be hard to leave. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I could stay put my whole entire life. Happy birthday, Nemesis! Oh. Is this about Icy not wearing a wedding dress? I bet if you ask him really nicely, he still will. I don't know. I get a sneaking suspicion that he wouldn't mind. just a hunch. Just a hunch. Have you seen the Mermaid Show? It's my favorite. Oh, I didn't know he had an appreciation for the fine arts like that. This is the Fox Strawberry icing hair. Oh, thank you. Wait, that's so cute. That's so cute. I'm not a big icing enjoyer, but if I have to pick icing, I think strawberry is a good one. I love your haircut. Thank you. Thank you. I've got a whole Valentine's outfit going on. And I got a haircut for my ribbon. The chance is gone forever. No, surely. Here, I'll tell you a secret. I'll tell you a secret. Get close, okay? I'll tell you a secret. Icy is forgetful. I think Icy is just as forgetful as I am. So I think even though he said he won't do that, I think he would. I think you could get away with asking him again. Don't even worry. Icing up close. Yippee! I don't know how to respond to that. Icing up close. I wish I had a tongue. I'm working on it. I bought a thing for extra blend shapes, but I think I downloaded the wrong version of Unity. But maybe perhaps I'll be able to stick my tongue out in 3 to 4 business days. But we'll see. It must be so thrilling to travel the world like they do. Sigh. Aww. See, that's why I don't think I could ever live in the same spot for my whole life. At least, I feel like you should at least go somewhere for college if you plan on staying somewhere your whole life. Because I don't know. What if there's more cool places? Maybe if all else fails, I'll become a submarine captain. That might be cool. Would that be cool? I feel like that would be quite scary. I don't know. I'm not really scared of the ocean, but I feel like with a submarine, you'd have to know a lot. You'd have to know a lot about a lot of stuff. This is one of the newer traditions in Pelican Town. We'll be taken to it rather quickly. Haven't we, George? I'm just here for the free coffee. I mean, Grandpa's drinking free coffee at 8 p.m. You're going crazy tonight. You know, I made it a point to come here every day, but I don't even think I needed to do all this. Although I like looking at the furniture. This one's pretty. I think I like the one I got better though. Got a pretty girl. Yo! I have an owl and a frog. What else? Shoot, I don't remember the third thing I got. But I got 3 of them. They're best friends. They're best friends. It's only scary if you work for Ocean Gate? I don't even know what Ocean Gate is. I don't know. I just... I feel like when I'm on the clock, I'm someone who is kind of cautious. And if a problem arises, I like to check in with other people to make sure I'm not making a mistake. But imagine if you're at the bottom of the ocean. Like if there's some alarm going off and you want to double check, you probably can't really talk to anyone that good, huh? Like you probably don't get any signal. Probably can't text your favorite coworker and be like, "Yo, is this normal?" You just have to like know what to do. And I think that would cook me. The sub that imploded with the wealthy people? Oh. That was called Ocean Gate? Or is that the name of the scandal? I thought it had a different name. I'm not super well informed. I was low-key crazy. Okay, tomorrow I'm gonna slay 50 bats. I've been doing a lot of running around. But I guess that's what's nice about this game is it doesn't matter if you're progressing really slow. As long as you're having a good time. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was a parrot. That's what it was. Look, they're friends. Take that coworker with you. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. I never considered that you could drive a submarine with 2 people. But that's probably more smart, huh? That was the name? That's crazy. I feel like usually when gate is at the end of something, they're like making fun of it. So the fact that it was called that, maybe that should have been a sign. Hold on, my mama texted me. Oh, wasn't important. She's just telling me about her camping trip. Well, not that that's not important. I love my mama and I love when she tells me things. But I was thinking maybe it would be something a bit more urgent. Okay. We're gonna go to sleep. And we're gonna wake up and we're gonna lock in. And we're gonna slay 50 bats. And we're also gonna talk to Robin and see if we can upgrade our house. So now you look gorgeous. Oh my goodness, thank you. Oh my goodness, look. Look. Check this out. Wow. I got stockings. Wow. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Cute. Oh my goodness, Thank you. That's so sweet of you. We're all dressed up for Valentine's Day. I love Valentine's Day. Okay, locking in. Not getting super distracted. Oh, this music's nice. Okay. Oh, hello. Oh, good morning, Miss Frosty. I hope it's not too early. Well, I just wanted to stop by and thank you, in person, for all the wonderful artifacts and minerals you discovered. You've done so much for one person. Oh my goodness, thank you. In fact, I've just received a letter from the Office of the Regional Secretary of Artifacts. We're being honored with the coveted Golden Shovel Award for our significant contributions to the field. And it's all thanks to you. Oh my goodness, this is so awesome. I don't really know what a golden shovel is. Well, I should let you get back to your work. That was sweet of him. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a gift for you. It's an old key that's been sealed in the museum vault for at least 100 years. It's a little rusty, but still beautiful. A rusty key. I've always wanted a rusty key. That's probably to the sewers, right? I have to imagine. Oh my goodness. Dear Frosty, I'd like to give you some information about an upcoming event, the Feast of the Winter Star. It's a time for the community. Oh my goodness. Holy yapper. Okay, my secret friends. Okay, we're playing Secret Santa. Who's my secret friend? It's Pam! Okay. Don't tell anyone. The feast will take place on the 25th from 9 AM to 2 PM at the town square. See you then. Ooh, a gift for Pam. I know Pam really likes alcohol, but that doesn't seem like a very appropriate Secret Santa gift. Not for a community event, at least. Maybe she'd like a flower? Shoot, I don't even know what she likes. Hope you have a fantastic Monday so far. Thank you! Oh my goodness, it's Groundhog's Day. And the groundhog saw his shadow. So that means we get 6 more weeks of winter, so I'm pretty happy about that. Okay. She likes sunflowers, and I have a lot of those. I guess that's all I know about her. Well, that's okay, we can get her a sunflower. Okay. We put some stuff away. Well, maybe I'd end up needing an axe. But definitely not a fishing pole. I'm gonna put my coffee away as well. Oh, excuse me. And all this is fine. Alright. Time to slay some bats. Ooh, I should have gone the other way so I could use the minecart from the bus stop. That's okay, we're not really in a rush. Got a winter root. Bam, 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 bam. Oh. A nice little thing. I love finding things on the floor. Oh, forgot about those things. Whoops. Probably not that important. Okay, it just says bats. It doesn't say what type of bats. I imagine it could be any level. Ooh, maybe I should have bought some bombs. What a nice sad song. Oh, okay. Goodbye, nice sad little song. 50 bats is quite a lot if they don't really show up, I suppose. Lucky this quest might be cooked, but at least we're getting some cool gems from it. Well, I don't... It's an earth crystal gem. I don't know if earth crystals are real. That sounds kind of like a made-up video game thing. But we're getting something. So that's nice. Oops. Yum. It was so cooked. There's no bats anywhere. Man. Who accepted such a hard quest? Oh wait. Here's a bat. Okay. That's 4. We're out of 50. Just need to find more bat heavy areas. I wonder if they like the snow caves the most. I really don't remember if they show up before the snow caves or not. I know there's red bats in the fire area, but they're kind of strong. Ouch. Oh, yeah. Good percentages, huh? You're really in awe of my prowess, huh? Oops. Man, it's so bright. I have to... Oh my goodness, Hero, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you for getting a sub to she. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you. I hope your work is going so awesome. Ooh, I don't really want to vibe with that guy. Man, the caves are quiet as hell. Oh, yippee. More of this, please. Hold on. Surely some K-pop will save me. Oh, banger. Okay. Now we're locked in and we're gonna get so many bats. Huh? I like I like your response sheet. Oh. Like, is the strat to just wait for the bats to come to me? I never really considered that one. Where's he at, though? Oh my god. Oh my god, hi! Man, I woke up this morning. Well, I was up kind of late last night. I was like gonna make my schedule last night, but I was like, man, I'm so tired. I don't really know what's going on. So I was like, I'll just do it in the morning. So I made my schedule this morning. I was like, what do I want to play today? I want to play something kind of like cozy, low stakes. Cause I'm sleepy a little bit, you know? But I guess I didn't consider that playing something cozy and low stakes would not really necessarily wake me up, huh? Thank you for sub. 3 milk emojis. Well, are you giving them milk? Or is that like how you're feeling about the situation? Is 3 banana milks. Have you ever had banana milk? Raise your hand if you've had banana milk. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, hi. Hi. I hope your day off is going so good. It's open interpretation. Oh, I love open interpretation. Okay, maybe I'll have better luck somewhere else. Man, okay, it's 3 p.m. and I've got 11 out of 50 bats, and I have 4 days. This is so cooked. Banana milk is a thing? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's more common in like Eastern Asia. Like I've only found banana milk at like the Korean store. You know, and I think they might have it in Japan as well, but don't quote me on that. But I don't know. I don't know. I had it for the first time when I was in high school, and I was like, "Wow, this is so good." And then I didn't see it again until last year. I went to a Korean store, and it was like I want to say the brand is called Milky's, which is kind of funny. But it's these like little cans of banana milk, and it's carbonated, which sounds like it'd be gross, but it's really, really good. The kind I got had Hello Kitty on it. It was kind of awesome. Man, I want to die in a cave. Okay, wait, sorry. The music's layering. Listen, I turned the music on because Stardew was so quiet. Whoops. I'm not a milk enjoyer. Oh, man. I got CDs from the library. What CDs did you get? Quoted! Oh, man. Just the word milkies or what? Or the fact that I said it might be in Japan. Oh, man. I'm cooked. When at strawberry milk? Well, strawberry milk is quite good as well. And I think that is more accessible, at least in the United States. But I don't know. I like banana milk. I think banana milk's a little better. Banana milk with banana fries covered in banana ketchup? Are banana fries a thing, or were you just trying to think of something to go with banana ketchup? I don't know. Banana ketchup. I'm so intrigued, but I really feel in my heart of hearts that I would not like it very much. Carbonated milk, yeah. I would consider it like almost think of it like a cream soda. You know, not like cereal milk. Kind of just like banana cream soda, I guess, is what it tasted like. But it's quite tasty. I quite like it. I haven't been to the Korean store in a long time. Every time I don't know, every time I talk about banana milk, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'll definitely get it next time I go to the Korean store." Then every time I'm at the Korean store, I forget. The Japan thing, not the Milkies. Okay, good. Sigh. I guess you can quote me on that. But if anybody fact checks me and tells me I'm wrong, then I'm blaming you. This does not look like a bat situation. Oh wait, never mind. I like that they squeak. Makes my life a little easier. Oh man. Okay, almost halfway there. I think I can get halfway there by the time I have to exit this mine. Got Billy Joel, Derek and the Dominoes, Fleetwood Mac, and Hosier. Nice. I think I'm familiar with all of those except for Derek and the Dominoes. I have not heard of that one. That's kind of awesome. Do you have a CD player? Or are you gonna like listen to it in the car sort of situation? Oh man, I have tasks to do. Let's check this out. 2 diamonds. Haley's gonna be so happy. Ooh. He hooted. Okay, I don't think this is a bad situation. Maybe if I sit here, it'll come here. It'll come to me. I have an external CD player for my compy. I'm gonna rip the CD so I have the music. Ah! Like, you got an external CD player? That's so awesome. I kinda wish computers still came with CD players. Like, I understand why they don't. But, like, I don't have one for my computer, and I don't think I would invest in one. But that's so awesome. Free music for my iPod obtained illegally. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's so awesome that you have an iPod. That's such aura. Scared of getting hit, but I need bats. Maybe they're at the last level. Oh, this is not even a level. Got it a while ago? Maybe you told me about that, but I think that's quite awesome. Oh my god, I'm dead as hell. Never mind, I'm so good at this game. Oh my god, winter roots. I love eating raw roots. I used to have a friend that would eat like raw potatoes. Not like an apple, like not like she'd take a bite of like a full bulbous potato, but she'd like cut them into slices and eat them uncooked. And every time she did it, she'd offer me one, and every time she made them look like they were so tasty, and I tried it every time, but it just was not very nice. You wouldn't download a car? Man, I would download a car. You guys want to see my sweet ride? Just downloaded this bad boy. Got a Bluetooth thing so I can use my iPod in the car today. But I can't transmit music. Oh, I hope you can exchange it. That's so sad. Is this who I think it is, or do I not know this person? No, it's somebody you don't know. I actually have not spoken to her for quite some time. But I hope she's doing good. It was like a high school friend. Batmansion. We have? Oh wait. Wait, I've only got like 2 since I said that. Oh man. Sigh. But it was the one who would eat lemon peels? Oh. You know, she might. Like, I wouldn't put it past her. But I would, I have never perceived her doing that. Man, I saw like an Instagram reel that was like about like things to eat or drink like when you're first starting to get sick to like help boost your immune system. There's a video of someone who like ate a raw ginger root and then she also ate like the lemon with the peel. She ate some other stuff too and it's like wow. Wow, I think I think I would just rather be sick than do all that. But that is kind of awesome. I don't know what's in a lemon peel that's supposed to make you like fight sickness better. But whatever it is, it does not taste good. This person is rage rating. Oh, they might be. That might be kind of real. Okay, I don't think I need 3 diamonds. I'll sell 2 of them. Oh, a thing. Thing for museum. Man, it's so hard to know what to keep. It's like surely I don't need 1 billion bug meats. But like what if I do? Bow, 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 bow. Sheesh. You guys want to watch me play Stardew Valley? And then it's me staring at my chests for approximately 40 minutes. Oh man, I missed a thing. Back is there. Do I need a snow yam? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my goodness, hi Waffle! Thank you for the 20 stream streak. Yo. This is so awesome. Okay, I'm just gonna sell this stuff. I surely do not need it. I surely do not need all that. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, this diamond is for Haley. That's for the blacksmith. Bam, bam, ba-da, ba-ba. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but surely not. Surely it's fine. Oh my god! Thank you for giving me a pike in my bed. That's lovely. Can I get a quest that's like I need 8 snow yams right now? Bro, I feel like I am. Ugh, man. Oh, thank you for redeeming Upside Down. Man, I don't know where all you guys are getting your points from. I don't know if you have all just been saving them and decided collectively to use them all, or it's just all of a sudden everybody's hitting the 10,000 points at the same time. I've been Upside Down so much lately. Okay, hi. Okay, hi. My tail's blocking the screen. I missed using mine earlier. Oh. Oh, but of course. I always save them for the worst moments. Oh, that's so kind of you. Bow, 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 bow. Oh wait, pre-roll ads are on. I'm trying to get better about taking ad breaks. Since it's like a good break in the day. Oh my god, don't look at that. This is a good break in the day. We're gonna take a quick little ad break. Um um hold on. Hold on, I'm scuffing. Okay, check this out. Okay, if you're not subscribed, I'll see you in 3 minutes. And if you are subscribed, look at Baby Sensory with me. Wow, look at me. Check me out. I'm so updated on all my VODs. I'm so on top of things. Also, shout out to my loyal VOD likers. I don't know which one of you it is, but there's somebody who likes every single one of my VODs, and it really just fills me with joy. Hold on. Is there a Valentine's Day one? Surely Hey Bear has a Valentine's Day one. Why do we have Halloween dance party? Oh, Valentine's disco party. Okay. Okay, check this out. Wow, pretty cool. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna stretch. Wap, 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 wap. Hi. You guys still in Agile? I think everybody's out of Agile. Like to I try to like them, but I'm falling behind because you're keeping up with the VODs. Oh my goodness, don't even worry. I really genuinely do not expect anybody to watch the VODs. Like they're mostly there for me in my documentation. You know, I feel like nobody's out here watching Twitch VODs. So even if like 100 people liked them and commented on them, I feel like that's not really my method of growth, you know? So it's chill. It just makes me happy when I see when I see the little thumbs up. I'm like, oh my god, someone out there is perceiving me in a positive way. Okay, so locked in. My god, I love this song. Man, I'm cooking. Cooking. This playlist is going crazy. They come up in my recommended, so I click them and like them and they appear. Whoa! Wait, that's so sweet. Thank you. So I realized I took an ad break after going upside down. So now I don't have a good way of tracking how much time I've actually been upside down. I guess... guess I'll just chill on the ceiling until the vibes are right. I think that's probably fair. Oops, I did not mean to open the fridge. Fridge check. I got a party hat in here. Wait, and mouse ears. I want to wear mouse ears. Well, maybe the floppy beanie is better for winter. Maybe mouse ears are a spring activity. Okay, what is this though? Oh, hey. I'll put that in the silo. Bing. You like immediately went to ads. Just do 10 minutes from now. Okay, that sounds good to me. Added 3 pieces of hay to the silo. I'm pretty sure I can use the scythe to get hay from grass. Oh, slay. Okay, let me just mow the lawn down here. Oh my god, I'll be so ready to have chickens. Can I be honest? I don't really know what I'm collecting hardwood for. It just seems like a good thing to have. Man, without the grass, it's a lot more spacious down here. I should put something down here. But I guess if I put things down here, I'd want there to be paths. Quite a predicament. To look into getting paths. Guess I should probably look into getting a horse as well. Man. There are 2 wolves inside of me. One of them feels overwhelmed by the amount of things to do. And the other one is like, man, I don't even know what I should be doing right now. Oops, sorry, little tree. Okay. Does it automatically go in the silo? I guess it does, because it's not in my pocket. 71! Let's go. Oh, a little worm. Powdermelon seeds. Takes 7 days to grow. There's 28 days. Oh my god, that's enough time. Oh yeah. Need to get lunch and work on paper, but my cat is in my lap. Will he let you pick him up? Combat experience. Could you like could you take him could you take him to the kitchen to go get lunch with you? Or would he freak out? Okay, that goes there. Oh, I didn't put more row. Oh yeah. I tried walking on my desk, so I put on the floor. No, sentenced to the floor. It's so messed up of you. How dare you? I think I'm gonna move these statues down there. Because it's like empty down there. And that's not something that I particularly need to see every day. Oh, I don't want to eat it. Wait, is 5 not? What? Put 3? Requires 5 pieces. Maybe red mushrooms can't go in there. That's okay. I think the grass goes away after winter, but I'm not 100% sure. I wanna move my buildings, maybe. Maple syrup? Do I need that? I think I need that for something. Ooh, I guess I should take 10 pieces of hay to a community center. Oh wait, I already used it. We can sell that. While I'm knocking screwdriver bits and computer pieces on the floor. Last time I let him on my desk, he knocked over my Red Bull onto ram sticks. Those are precious. Ooh, that is pretty horrible. But I will say in his defense, I feel like screwdriver bits and ram sticks should not just be loose on your desk. I feel like that's a drawer sort of situation. In my very humble opinion. Flex for your ram though. Womp womp. No. No. What do you mean no? That's totally drawer activities. Sorry, I'm not reading what Pam said. I got places to be. Mines. I'm disorganized. He has to respect that. What if he's saying in his head, like, I'm a menace. They have to respect that. Okay, where are my little bats at? There's just like monster bait in this game. Need a little bat spawner. Man, my friend is not texting me. Sorry. Sorry. I'm a really busy fella. Got lots of people to respond to. Just kidding. It's just one person. I just have judo questions. I cleaned the RAM and it's in my computer now. Memory diagnostic reported no issue, so you didn't get in trouble that time. That's crazy. I'm really glad for that. How do you even clean Red Bull off a RAM stick? I guess it probably didn't get like in the pins. Hopefully. Your computer's just like a little bit sticky. A little extra caffeinated. Maybe that makes it run faster. Maybe that's the strat. Used rubbing alcohol on a Q-tip? That's so smart. I don't know. That would make me so nervous, but I guess if there's already Red Bull on it, then you kind of don't have much of a choice, huh? It doesn't. Pensive emoji. Well, are you sure? Not even a little bit? Oh my god, bats. Oh man, 3 days. I'm gonna have to really lock in and like just come to the mine straight away instead of doing random farm tasks. I really just don't know if I want to do that. But I see a progress meter and I want to fill it up. My goodness, hello. My goodness. Like it's flung back, huh? Whoa. Surely there's a bat on the ceiling around here. Oh. Surely maybe not. Oh. Come here. Where are you? Yippee. I wish it was bat wings instead of bats. They be dropping too. Did Samochi? Ah, do you like Jungkook? Are you a Jungkook enjoyer? Or are you just vibing to this particular song? I think BTS is touring. I don't know. I saw somebody posted on their Instagram story that they're seeing BTS. But I didn't look too much into it. I think that's so awesome. Now, aw, that's so nice. I will say I do not like this part. This Jack Harlow person, he was not cooking. Get him out of the studio. But I like the other parts. Okay, I think I've been upside down for a good amount of time. If anybody else is going to redeem it, I would recommend doing it right now. So that I don't have to come back. Tab out again. Just a friendly suggestion. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. 3D. Okay. That's not a bad 3D. I do quite like this little guy. Circle with feet is one of my favorite character designs of all time. Shout out to Kirby. Oh my goodness. A lot of fellas. Not seeing any bats though. I guess I could have bombed them. I kind of want to use my bomb so it's not in my pocket anymore. Hello? Oh, you missed. Oh, what's that? Jinxed. Minus defense. Kinda rude. I got a Morel shirt. Looks like Swiss cheese. Okay. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Ba, ba, ba. No bats! Megamind face, no bats. Oops. Oh. Hi. Ooh. Oh, this is so optimal. Everything's red. I think that means a bunch of bats are coming. Yippee! Man. People are saying I don't have Riz with Mick, but look at it. Look at all these bats I'm attracting. My goodness, maybe like too many. They kind of hurt a little bit. Just kidding, I'm so good. Yo, we're halfway. Slay. We will mine this gold and another one will show up. Whoa! Thank you so much for 10 months. That's so sweet of you. Wow, 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 wow. I guess it could be like ow, 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 ow. If you typoed at the beginning. How are you? It's good to see you. Oh my goodness, so many mushrooms. Oops. Do not want to talk to that fella. You, it's ow, ow, ow. What? What's that mean? What does that mean? I don't think I've ever done any acts of violence to you yet. Not that I can think of, at least. Wait, this is awesome. There's so many bats and mushrooms. Yet? Well, I mean, I'm just trying to manage... I'm just trying to manage expectations here. I don't wanna... I don't wanna say it wouldn't happen. That would just be lying. A bonk to go with that? Ah! Thanks. No, but it's like you say, it's with love, right? Right, right? You must really love me. And I think that's pretty sweet. Oh, hi. Oh my goodness, this has been such a successful cave mining experience. What happened to where I heard... What happened to where I heard you from my headphones? What happened to where I heard you from my headphones in the other room? I don't know what happened. Was I really loud? I'm really not sure. Maybe it's from getting bombed. Why do you sound like that actually hurt? Oh, did I overreact? Oh, it felt regular to me. Did I phrase that bad? No. I don't think so. I think I was just reading it incorrectly. Hi, Garrett. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I felt bad after the bonk. Oh. That's good. Your English degree just expired. Like just now? Like it, it runs up on February 2nd, 2026. Aw, man. Well, no, I don't know. Sometimes when there's like a... Ooh, I'm gonna die. When there's like a long string of words, there's like different ways you could read it. Like instead of like, what happened to... What happened to where I heard? I think I was reading where as like... location based. I don't know. Ugh. Thanks for the book. How you doing, Carrot? Yeah, I don't even know if you can hear me. Maybe, maybe he's at work. English degree expired. Oh, rest in peace. We are gathered here today to celebrate the the life of my English degree. He will be missed. He was not used very much, but it was comforting to have his presence. The 16 more years of school. Oh my god, that's so many. Wait, I'm gonna pass out. Let me sleep in my kitchen bed, fo, today. Level 7 combat. A thorn string, that's fun. This song makes me feel like a pretty boy for real. Man, the fish that my cat gave to me left in my bed sold for 125. Shout out to Fry Rice. Are there any degrees that are 16 years? That's so. Mm, surely no job is worth all that. How long is law school? Does anybody know off the top of their head? And I have a cousin who's a pharmacist, and she had to go to school for 7 years, and that sucked for her. I was conducting a field study the other day, and I found this specimen. I hope you find it as interesting as I did. Wow, thanks to the rainbow show. That might be a community center thing. It seems like it would be. Maybe I'm just making stuff up. I need oak resin. I need to get on that. I don't even know where red cabbage comes from. Find it eventually, I guess. Sturgeon, tiger trout, catfish. Need all of these little guys. And a walleye. Okay. What is this labeled as? Nothing. So I guess it can go up here. I just decided to start from scratch. Okay, well, surely I would be in an accelerated learning program. Like, surely I could. I feel like I could do all of grade school, like all the testing and stuff, in like probably 3 weeks if I really locked in. I think it'd be a lot of testing, but it wouldn't be hard stuff, you know? Like, I can do fractions, don't worry. So I think that would be easy. Oh, I gotta put my shirt in the fridge because that's where my clothes go. I have my doubts. Aw, man. Alright, chat. I'll be playing Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? to see if I pass elementary school. If I test out of it or if I have to do it all again. This people piece of paper into a circle, wise guy. Oh my goodness. I think I could do that. I guess it depends on how harsh you are at grading. Oh wait, I think I should be cooking this quartz. Forgot. Hi. Hope you've been having a good stream. Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. But if you, I don't know, if you're ever like not feeling like talking, don't feel like you have to say hi or anything. I just appreciate you. I don't want anyone to feel like they're forced. Oh my god, hold on. Guys, I don't think I'm going to judo today. My friend said some of the roads are quite icy still. Man, which kind of sucks, but silver linings. I painted my nails black and they're kind of growing a little bit long. And if I had to go to judo today, I would have to trim them so that I don't accidentally slice people. But now I don't have to trim them and they can stay long and black and pretty. I had help at an elementary school a few years ago. It was just cutting paper into circles because the kids didn't know what they were doing. Oh, that sounds kind of awesome. Oh, man. I feel like volunteering at schools is really fun. I feel like being a teacher and like being in charge of the kiddos probably isn't fun. But just like vibing with them is a good time. Do I have any emeralds? Oh my god, I have one. But two is probably even better. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Ugh. Sorry about that. This is judo. I thought you were conversing with your streaming secretary about business. Listen, I'm my own streaming secretary, but trust, it's still business related. Instead of thinking about that, listen to this song. Listen to this song. It's really good. It's my favorite song right now. Oops, I do not want to eat a blackberry. Thank you, though. Bow, bow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Back to the mines, I guess. So you gonna beat up the haters? No. No. But if a hater comes at me, then I can defend myself. Yeah. Happens a lot. People just run at me and attack me. Because they're so jealous of how cool I am. Yeah. It's tough being me. There's no bats here. Is there anything you can craft that like spawns little guys? I'm guessing not. They should really look into that though. Emits a constant light and also increases your radius for collecting items. Enemies damage you, they'll take damage themselves. What do I have? Oh. The items have a glow ring, but this one's even better. I should probably make that, huh? And that's just both of these mixed together. Surely I won't forget by the time I finish my bat task. Source is me just picking you up when you're up to no good. Bro, don't make me sound like a naughty child. If anything, you're the one who's up to no good. Man. Man. And joke's on you. I love being picked up. So... bleh. Oh my god, more diamonds! Low-key, this bat quest may not have been a success. Huh? Might not have been a success. But I've got like 5 diamonds just from being in the cave so much. So that's something. Oh, you love me? Oh, I do. That's pretty real. English degree is... oh, bro! English degree has nothing to do with pronunciation. It's just about engaging with the literature. Sigh. Hi, Pookie Wookie Bear. Oh my goodness, hi. Oh my goodness, hi. It's so good to see you. How are you? I love Mick. Gotta go, Mick is here. Gotta go, Mick is here. Wait. Aw, hell nah. My... my audience. Oh, ouch. I like to imagine that you're like in the same room. Or like you're in a VC and you're just... you're just leaving together. I will say, it is... I think it's a lot more fun to watch streams when you are in a VC with someone. I like commenting. No bad sound here. It must be like the spirits are happy or something, because I'm not getting any. We have watched your stream together and make almost crashed the car. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. I think the best case scenario in my head for comedy purposes is that Mick crashes the car and like nobody gets hurt and the car doesn't get hurt, but like the police still come just to make sure you're okay, and Like, you guys are both just sitting there, like, in the grass, and then, like, I'm yapping from the stereo of the car. I think that would be quite funny. That's not true. That did not happen while we were watching Foss stream. Oh. Wait, did it happen a different time? You said that's not true as if, like, Darren was slandering you, but... It sounds like they just got a piece of information wrong, and I think that's really funny. We ran a red light. Sheesh. I ran a red light, when I still had my learner's permit on accident. Like, I just kind of was not thinking. I think it was early in the morning, like on the way to school. My stepdad let me drive. So it was like 6 a.m. And I just kind of treated a red light like a stop sign, but nobody was there, so it was fine, and we laughed about it. But I don't think I've ever, like, ran a red light since I've had my license. That's right, I'm never gonna drive Darren again. It's kind of awesome. It's kind of awesome. They've never driven me around, and this is not fair. Oh. I think I low-key would ask Darren to drive whenever we lived in the same town. I'd be like, yeah, you can take my car, but, like, you're driving. I didn't wanna. We ever treated a stop sign like a red light? You know, I think I have. I think I have, but not for very long. Like, I don't have a distinct memory. Like, I couldn't tell you a story time of that happening. But I think I've definitely been in a situation where I'm, like, at a stop sign for a long time, and it's like, wait. Wait, I could just go right now. You know? I feel like that is a much better alternative, though. I think... I think running a red light is a little bit cooked. Man, one time my sister's boyfriend was driving me and her somewhere, and he started treating us a red light like a stop sign. But there's actually traffic. But, like, he was like, he started to go, and then my sister was like, babe, what are you doing? And he, like, stressed out so much, and he's like, ugh, I have to go anyway. He just kind of ran into oncoming traffic. And, like, we didn't hit anyone. But, that was a little scary. A little bit of banjo music, perhaps. I treat every left turn like a red light. Oh. I mean, that's like erring on the side of caution. I feel like that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a little goofy. I think it's different if the light just turned red. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I feel like if you're in the middle of the intersection while it's yellow and then it turns red, like, I don't know. I don't think that really counts. Like, I wouldn't I wouldn't say that somebody ran a red light if they did that. I would just say that maybe they were a little bit greedy. But when I hear, like, someone ran a red light, I assume the light was red when you got to it and you kind of just went anyways. Oh man, there's no enemies. I need 14 bad stat. Make Florida into oncoming traffic. Wow. Is that true? Is that true? Hold on. Wait, we've got an emote for this situation. Like, yeah, I ran a red light. But if I tried to stop, your head would hit the dashboard, so you're welcome. Yeah. So you're saying, like, you were going at normal speed while the light was yellow, and then it suddenly turned red. But you were like, shoot, I haven't even begun the braking process, so I just gotta go. That's like a little cooked, but understandable. I think the court deems you not guilty. Not innocent, but not guilty. This is the most calm car incident of that trip. My goodness. What music are you guys listening to where there's like multiple crashes and traffic violations going on? I probably should have been slowing down, but I didn't. A little bit cooked. A little bit cooked. I cannot lie. Stream. Oh. That's pretty understandable. I would crash my car to my own stream, I think. Be like, haha, this girl is funny as hell. I hope that's what went down. Oh, a diamond. Slay. No bats, though. Sigh. It was mainly incidents surrounding me driving in an unfamiliar area. Oh. I don't know. I feel like when I'm personally in an unfamiliar area, I'm like extra safe. Like I'm probably going a little bit under the speed limit and like really music turned down, like really trying to lock in. I think I only I'm not gonna say only, but I would say that I mostly only get into like incidents when I'm like really comfortable. And it's like, yeah, I drive this highway all the time. I can go 90. You know? Darren makes it sound like it was was. Oh, they're pretty good at doing that, huh? Mixed defense, it was weird. And dark and rainy. It was weird. It was weird. The new hydroplane? Yeah. That has not happened in years, though. That's just like teenager feeling invincible behavior. Ouch. I was going slow and couldn't even see the lines on the street. Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty. That's pretty cooked. Like, I don't really mind driving in the rain, but that's pretty bad. Womp womp. Well, I think all things considered, you probably did a good job then. Don't let Darren get to ya. They're just a hater. 11 p.m. No bats. It's 2 days. It's not so over, but we're not so back yet, you know. Mikla stopped at a green light because she didn't see the She didn't see the left turn lane. There's a median between the road and the turn lane. Stopped. She stopped at a green light because she didn't see the turn lane. There's a median. There was a median. So are you saying she stopped at a green light because she like it was raining so hard that she couldn't really see what color it was? Or just because there's a median and she wasn't sure where the road was, so she had to stop? I'm talking in her defense now. I was being dramatic. What if I'm also being dramatic? Aw, hi Claire. Thank you for the lyric. That's so sweet of you. As I was driving around, I saw someone else do the exact same thing. I think I'm sort of struggling to understand like what happened. The turn lanes in the state were strange. Oh, no, that's so valid. That's so valid. I don't know. I always assume that traffic laws are pretty much the same in every single state. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. I'm trying to think what state I was in. Maybe it was Illinois. Maybe it was Chicago. But there is some situation. It kind of escapes me, but there's some situation where the left and the right turn lanes were like weird. Like maybe you couldn't turn right on red or something. I don't know. I don't know. But if you're in a different state, I feel like you get a free pass to do whatever. Left turn was red, but the normal light was green, I think. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds that sounds really stressful, and I would not want to be in your place. So good job, Mick. Resource. Any of your resource? Oh, your resource. Slay. Okay. And then I don't know. Okay, that'll go to the blacksmith. Man, I don't want to look in all my chests to find where that goes, so it's just getting sold low-key. Oh my goodness! The little things grew. I guess I should water that. Ugh. I feel like snow should count as watering. Surely a plant can get some hydration from the snow. There's a red light and the turn lane had a median. So I thought that I was in the turn lane and the median was the opposing traffic lane. Oh, so it's like a big highway and then there's like a median here and then this is like where you turn. But you thought, okay, that's pretty understandable. I think anyone would make that mistake. I need to get into the turn lane before the median. You had to be over and it way before I could have. So I got on the main road from a Taco Bell turning right. So there's not enough time for me to even see the turn lane was disconnected. Yeah, that's cooked. That's cooked and that's not your fault. I hate when turn lanes are like that. Or like if there's an exit like that. Where it's like, I don't know, like you have to be in that lane way ahead of time. I feel like sometimes like your GPS doesn't give you proper warning. And it's like, shoot, I had to be in that lane. Womp womp. Just turned onto the main road and then got to the furthest left lane I could have. I was waiting at the green light for the red turn signal to turn green. And then after like 5 minutes of just sitting there, I said, oh shit, I'm not in the turn lane, am I? Aw, make it valid. If it was me, I'd do the legal turn. I think I would too. Maybe not if it was really rainy, just in case like I couldn't see who's around me. But I don't tell anyone, but I'd be driving illegally all the time. Look if I don't know, you know when you're supposed to like you know how exits it'll have like the white stripies to be like, no, you can't drive here because this is separating the exit from the main road. Like sometimes if I'm a little late to like realizing where my exit is, like I just drive on that. I don't know. Oh my god, 7 diamonds. Slay. Dan also did not know where we were. In the turn lane? Like I complained to them multiple times how the light was not turning green and they didn't say anything about it. Oh my goodness. I feel like this is court or something. Like I'm in a civil case and you guys are I don't really know who the defendant is. You guys both seem like prosecutors in this case. Greetings, it is I, the Queen of Sauce, here to teach you a new mouth-watering recipe from my secret cookbook. This week's dish... pumpkin pie! Yeah! Pumpkin pie! In my house, it's a tradition to eat pumpkin pie during the Feast of the Winter Star. The season just isn't complete without that wonderful flavor you can only achieve with the finest farm-fresh pumpkins. A little nutmeg, cinnamon, and clove will sweep you off to a land of crimson and gold. I think there have been more incidents in mixed car, but I would trust her more to drive me than you, Fuzz. Listen, I'm just a bold driver. Maybe. Well, maybe that's not true because, like, I really get scared when people weave, and I do not weave in and out of lanes. I don't know. I feel like I'm simultaneously, like, very, very cautious of a driver. Like, maybe to a fault. Like, I'm leaving too much room and letting too many people in. But then also, like, simultaneously, like, a little too ballsy. Like, I'll just do whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I think either way, I'm maybe not the best driver, but I like driving. I'm done defending my driving. I'm still. Oh my goodness. I hope the rest of your work goes so good. I don't know why they're saying it's such an embarrassing thing when they didn't know any better either. Be embarrassed. Look at the road. Bro, that was one time. That was one time that I tried to make eye contact while we were turning around a corner. Sigh. I think of all the times we've been in the car together, I only goof it like 20%. It's just pretty good numbers. It's a passing grade. Lusty, how are you doing? Hope the winter hasn't been too hard on you. Anyway, I'm writing to ask you for some hardwood. I need about 10 pieces if you got it. If not, no worries. Take care. My goodness, I was just chopping hardwood and being like, I don't know what this is for. And I have to visit her to see what I need for a house upgrade, so this is kind of working out, I think. Okay. I don't want my pockets to be full, but I'll take this with me. Is Haley raised up? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at this. Look at this max hearts. Girlfriend. I need it to rain so that I can talk to the suspicious fella and wife her up. Also, I kind of want my house to be bigger before I wife her up. I need to treat her right. But I keep getting distracted by side quests. Going to do homework goodbye. I lurked though. Thank you so much for the lurk. I hope your homework goes so well. I hope your essay is not sucking eggs. This is so incredibly poggers. Ah! So real. So real. Oh. Oh man, they're closed. I love my girlfriend. Oh, I didn't bring my fishing pole. This is so cooked. Oh well. I can just like walk around until it opens, I guess. Hi, Ella. I have 8 hours to write a paper. I haven't started, and I also haven't been going to class. I mean, 8 hours is a long time, but also, I feel like writing for 8 hours straight is so not fun. But I feel like you could do it. Surely if you're inspired, you can do it. You just like drink a Red Bull, have a little snack, and then reach your little flow state. I also have to write a paper when I get home. Oh man. I feel like Monday is kind of an unusual day for papers to be due. I feel like usually papers are like end of the week situations. Oh wait, I have a rusty key. I have to explore the sewer, I think. Only 3 more pages though. So I was able to sneak right 1 page while I was at work. Oh, that's so awesome. Look at you. You're such a Virgo. You're so productive. It's an environmental paper, so it probably won't be hard. Oh yeah. You totally got that. I hope it's I hope it's less than 5 pages though. Don't tell anyone. Oh my goodness, your secret is safe with me. I would never tell anyone. Open up, open up, open up, open up. Is this approach Taurus? I don't know, star sign stuff? No. I don't really know much about... Oh wait, you're open. I don't know much about Taurus in terms of like productivity. The only associations I have with Taurus is like maybe like being a bit headstrong and like no stubborn. I feel like stubborn sounds like a bad thing, but like maybe passionate is a better word. Like defending your beliefs and stuff. But I don't. I'm not really an astrology girly. Oh, you brought it. I know I can always count on you, Frosty. This sweat is perfect. It's exactly what I need. Thanks. Robin! Oh my goodness, like she's wearing a flannel for winter. She looks so cool. Okay. Okay. Can you increase the size of your house and add a nursery? Oh, I don't really know if I need a nursery. I feel like it's kind of cooked to be like, will you marry me? Will you marry me, girlfriend? And then she moves in and it's like I'm already prepared to have a kid. That feels like it's moving fast. But I want her to have a nice big house. Okay, I can afford the gold. But I don't think I have nearly that much hardwood. Well, let me... Can I move some buildings? I have all this space. Wow, I really only mowed down here. Got a lot of work to do. Okay, but... This silo is in a goofy spot. I want the silo to be next to the coop. I want the coop to be a bit lower. Oh, but I don't want it to be too far because I want to like be able to look at my little chickens. I'll put it down here for now because I don't have chickens yet. Ugh. Mick, come back and answer. Fuss doesn't know anything. Oh man. Sigh. That's kind of real. At least I have some semblance of like Taurus and Virgo. Wait, I can move where my little cat's watering hole is? That's cute. That's cute, but I think that's a good spot. I need everything to be cleaned up for her. Okay, maybe I move this a little over. I wish I could move my like decorations from the screen. I can move this back a little. Or is that where it was? No, because the bunny was on the step. Okay. That's a good spot for it. I'll move the other stuff later. Oh, maybe you could be here. Oh, you can't be there. Never mind. I feel like I should be able to put something there. Oh my goodness, thank you for the hygiene stretch. You're so thoughtful for your girl. Oh my goodness. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I want her to be happy. I low-key feel like the house that she lives in with her sister is like a little nicer, and I don't want her to feel like she has to downgrade. I want her to feel like a princess. Medium fire. Some semblance, you say? Yeah. Yeah, whenever I look at like the little horoscope posts on Instagram, I always look at like my friends' ones. At least like my really close friends. And I have a lot of friends that are Taurus, and I have a lot of friends that are Virgo. And then I'm a Gemini, and I have some Gemini friends as well. So I always check those three. Oh, and Capricorn. Capricorn. I usually check that one as well. So I have some semblance of those four. But if you ask me like about like Pisces stereotypes or like Aquarius stereotypes, or like Aries stereotypes, oh, I really don't know any. Well, I really don't know any of those. Okay, I'm locking in. My God, $500. Final day. Oh my God. Do you guys think I can get 13 bats in one day? I think that's gonna be kind of hard to do. Oh my God, carrot seeds. I love carrots. I can't tell if the music is like making me distracted or making me locked in. I don't know, but something is happening. Venom. It's your poison. Evil Kirby. Venom. No bats down here. Man, I'm on a schedule. Where do I have to turn it into? Clint? Or does it just like auto fill? I don't know how late Clint stays up. I think he's kind of like not doing well mentally, so I think he stays up kind of late at the bar. So we should be fine if we have to go talk to him afterwards, as long as we can get enough bats. Ouch. Oh, a thing. My goodness, lots of things. Goodness. Telling me all this stuff and no bats. Ouch. Oh my God, that hurts. No. Why is it slime like chartreuse? Whoa, ouch. I'm outie. Oh, this area's a bit dark. Oh wait, I was gonna make a glow ring. Or sorry, glowstone ring. Somebody remind me. My memory's cooked. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Wait. Thank goodness. As soon as I said I have to sneeze, I thought I lost it. I hate when I lose the sneeze. Oh, little hot dog. Okay, never mind. I think it's cooked. I don't think I've seen a single bat. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe there's not even bats all the way down here. These baby floors. Maybe it's just bugs. Okay. Expeditiously running to the ice area. On average, how many times did you say you sneeze a day? A day? Less than one. I don't think I sneeze every day. I think I sneeze like once every 3 days. Is a day a lot? A week? I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things that like you don't really think about it. So if you actually started counting, you'd be like, oh, I actually sneeze like 3 times a day. But yeah, I don't think I sneeze every day. So I think a week, maybe like 3 times a week. I sneeze at least 5 times a day. Oh, really? Well, shoot. Well, now, now I want to know my sneeze stats. I don't think I sneeze every day. I'll start writing down. I guess I did sneeze twice today so far. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's like if you have allergies, you sneeze more. And I don't have any allergies that I know of. I also have bad allergy issues. Yeah. I think that makes sense. You're probably a little more sensitive to particles in the air and stuff. Hello? I'm hearing bat noises. They're edging me. I need oh. I love this song. Color in my words, please. Okay, what color do you want? Or is it like dealer's choice? Because I'm here? If you're here, wouldn't shouldn't there be more bats showing up? Shouldn't it be like shouldn't the bats like you? Your violets on the horizon? Be honest, I never really thought about what that means. Is it like the person that he's talking about is Violet? Oh, I hear the bat noises because of you. Oh. Nutters, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I imagined it was more abstract than that. Do you guys know that Zora has a cover of this song? It eats. I listen to it quite a lot. I think this is the first bat I've seen the whole day. Hero Gilbert, do you wait, you forgot the crepe. You forgot the crepe. There's a crepe in there somewhere. Hero Relax, Hero Gilbert, Hero Jeeves, crepe bomb. So awesome. I'm gonna change your Discord nickname and our DMs to that. Ouch. Oh man. He eats an egg. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. This was not very successful. It's fine, we got a bunch of treasure. This is not where I meant to go. He eats in every single one? Oh, yeah, I agree. Realize butterflies. Or moths, maybe. Do you guys like butterflies or moths better? I think I like moths a lot better. But I will say, going to a butterfly house is kind of awesome. Why am I on 1 HP? Yeah, thank you for Stacy. This is so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take this invitation. Wait, blah, blah, blah. God, that's so real. And you missed perfume earlier. That one goes crazy. I like seeing those emotes next to each other. Why is one of them so much smaller? Sai, can I request to come alive? Of course you can. Okay, I need 1,000,000,000 hardwoods. And I need to make a ring. And I think that's it. Oh wait, also maybe like mow my lawn. Don't take it personal. Take everything personal. Everything's always about me, I think. Hypnotized? Yes. Oh my god, my favorite. Okay. XG. I have not really heard XG content. Can I be honest with you? Okay, it's like you. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Is the volume fine? I mean, honest, looking at the little green bars, it looks like it's a little loud, but nobody's said anything, so maybe it's just really jamming out. Oh. Sounds good? Yippee! Hero Hum, are you on your lunch break? Or are you home? I guess it is a little bit later. Maybe you're home by now. You're on break? Yo! What are you eating? What are you eating? What are you eating? I had chip rice earlier. It was so awesome. I'm eating beef stroganoff with veggies and mashed potatoes. Sheesh. Wait, that's so awesome. You're having like a full banger feast. Sheesh. Oh, I don't have pocket space for that. Maybe I just eat this and it's chill. Yippee! What is this? Did I plant this? Surely I did. Time to shake ass? Oh. Yours is coming up! Don't worry, don't worry. You can still shake ass to this. Don't disrespect Jackson Wayne. Oh. Man, don't call me out for cutting out. Would you rather if I just like instead of peeking, I was just all up in your ear all the time? Would you like that? Man, it's gonna take forever. Yes, please. Sigh. Okay. I guess when I move, I can I can see about changing the noise suppression settings. I have not messed with those in a long time. A million times. Yelling emoji, 3 volume emojis. Man, it's not the same as when Rose does it. You gotta do like the increasingly loud volume emojis and then put 3 fires. Or alternatively, 3 fencers. Otherwise, it just is not the same. heard this one before. Or at least I've never, like, perceived this one before. I guess that's an important distinction. Bottle. Sheesh. Guys, does anyone know what a rope is? Oh, man. Okay, I guess I can just leave that on the floor. Surely it will not despawn. That and that and that. Is that all? Okay, slay. Wait, I totally have. Hi, Gaia. I could totally afford a big house. Is it cooked? Is it cooked to have a nursery, like before you like ask your wife to move in with you? Like, is that weird behavior? Yes or no? Oh my goodness, you're vibing. Why are you taking ass? We're listening to K-pop. Kaya, do you like K-pop? Wait, I have not been put on XG before. This is so nice. Okay. Okay, I don't need that many. Okay, I'm selling everything else. Yes, I love K-pop. Oh, really? What groups do you like? Or groups? Whatever. What do you like? What do you like? What do you like? I know all of the bands. Oh, that sounds like the least real thing I've ever heard. Gala? Oh yeah, it's in the queue. Look, I didn't even pass out. Wedding dress? Taeyang? Wedding dress. Okay, it's in the queue. Every time I clocked, it's a sheesh. When are you covering this one? The only K-pop song I really know? Oh. I'll give it a good listen, and I'll judge you really hard for it, okay? Wait on me, Kai. Sheesh. Wait on me, Kai. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Who is Kai from? I know... I know who that is, but... oops, I do not want to go to sleep at 6 a.m. I forgot. EXO? Rover! Oh my god, wait, that's so real! I quite like Rover. Slay, 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 slay. I don't know too much about EXO, but I remember when I was really, really into BTS, like in high school, there were a lot of people who were like also really into BTS, and they were like, ugh, I hate EXO. But I like the songs that I have heard from them. I don't have any dumpy emotes, but it's so awesome. Thank you. Did anybody answer me if it's cooked to have a nursery or not? I think I'm gonna do it anyway. Duet Siko Lilas? Hopefully that works. Hopefully that works. Oh, I don't like actually have the command. I'm just I'm just putting him in. In the bag of chips. Alright. Alright, I'm eating the chips. Walk that runway. This is quite nice. This is quite nice. Yeah, I'm vibing. You're waiting me. Everyone point and laugh at this little fella. Let me put these on here. This is so nice. Okay, these guys can be here. Turn the hallway into a catwalk, Nia? Did they say that, or is that just like you're saying that? You just like feeling yourself. I was wondering why there's no bot. Listen, listen, the bot's there. You just gotta squint and not notice when I tab out. She eats? Yeah, I don't know anything about them. This rapper's kind of going crazy though. They do say that line. Yeah. Oh, I wish they said yeah, but that's pretty awesome still. This album just came out? Is it like their debut album, or they just had a comeback? One of the members came out as Envy? Yo, I don't think I'm aware of any NBs in the like K-pop scene. Not to say that like there aren't any. There's just none that I'm personally aware of. So that's really cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. It's a new one. Comeback. Okay, okay. Slay. Slay, 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 slay. I'm perceiving. I'm perceiving. This does sound like a Kaya sort of song. I feel like Kaya really likes the... I'm like, I feel like you like the sweet, like, romance type of songs, you know? Like that one Epic the Musical song that you really vibe with. It just kind of suits your vibe, I think. Gotta listen to their discography. I think you'll like their sound. You like how these two sound? I do quite like those. I like Ass Shakers. Wedding Dress is a throwback. I'm not getting thrown back. This is my first time hearing it. It's nice though. It's nice though, but it's very Kaya. Kaya. My goodness. I'm pointing. Okay, I need... Iron and solar essence. Yippee! Oh. Achievement jump scare. See, I think this does the same thing as these both do. We can just recycle that. Joke's on you, I'm petting him? You're petting Kaya? You're petting Kaya? It's like he'd bite your hand. I listen to K-pop though. This is my #1 song ever. Really? That's so nice. It's a good one. I like it. This song reminds me of the yellow M&M. I don't know what that means. This reminds me of... Okay, I mean this with so much love and respect, and I am not making fun, But this does sound like something that Big Time Rush would sing. But I don't mean that in a bad way. No, don't laugh. No, I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just the... Like, I don't know what the lyrics are. I don't know what he's saying. But, like, the background, like, sounds. It kind of has, like, an earlier 2000s vibe, you know? I can't recycle these. I don't really know what to do with them. Where are the dogs? They're practicing running just like you told them to. Man, shout out to Big Time Rush. Taking do be part of a boy band. Man, I love boy bands. Ryan whip sound effect. I think they should put the Terraria whip sound effect in songs. Do you think there's any songs that have that? If not, they should work on that. Their apartments? No. No. I actually worked really hard to make 3, like, not nice looking apartments, but like regular looking houses on the beach. But every time I walk over there, I die. So it just... It's not going so well. We'll make one like that. Please do. That'd be so awesome. The song is about watching someone you love marry someone else? Oh. That is low-key so tragic. What? Alright, why does it look like a teddygram? Y'all like teddygrams? No dirt apartments. SMH my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not as good of a builder as you. Reading this book again will grant a small amount of experience in all areas. Yippee! This is so nice. That's what happens when you don't have dirt Porsche. Oh, that's... Oh, man. You can't clown on me this hard. Like, you're right. You're right and I'm embarrassed. Okay. Going to museum. Man, all that bat killing for no reason. Now I don't even know what my purpose is. I guess to get a wife. Wait, I don't know which one's 1, 2, or 3. Oh, I don't know if these are in order. Surely that's the right order. Wife time! I have to wait for it to be a rainy day. I think. I don't know. I've never married anyone in this game. I've never got this far. But I'm pretty sure it has to be raining and then you have to talk to a weirdo at the beach. I need 100 pieces of bone. 2 dozen eggs. Ooh. Well, I don't have chickens. I don't even know where to find that many skeletons. Maybe I don't accept that one. Lemon job? By 80s? Lemon job. It's a nucky. Ew. You're... Okay. Maybe I go home and get my hardwood. And ask Robin to upgrade my house. XG, is this love? Let me put you on this one too. I gotta go back to work though. No. Sigh. Why do all my baddies have to work? Okay, don't worry. I will perceive this song and I'll shake my ass for you. Wow, this is bloopy. This is noisy. I love noisy. Thank you for the Let's meet again in peak. Shit! Real asshole. Real asshole. Hardwood. After some K-pop songs, can we listen to some Hades Town? Yeah, yeah. That's such a vibe switch, but I love Hades Town. What's your favorite? Your favorite's probably like the sad one that plays. I don't even remember what that one's called. Yeah. Oh, it's called Wait For Me. Yeah. Yeah, that's the most Kaya thing I've ever heard. Okay, isn't that cute? Oh, hardwood. Right. Just take all of it. Oh, you're kind of in the way. Excuse me? Excuse me? Floppy chonker! Bro, what do I have to give him to get out of my way? Oh, I guess he just ran through, Why am I so easy to read? uh, you're just very open about, like, your tastes. And it's pretty... mm, what's the opposite of, like, all over the place? It's pretty concise, you know? Okay. Please make my house bigger. 5 bananas are complete, I guess. Would you rather have 5 bananas or complain? Consistent? Oh, yeah. That yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's the word. You like the snow? Me? I'm just looking forward to spring. Get out of here. English major? Bro, I'm streaming. I'm streaming. What do you want from me? Ugh. It's not English major. I'm not in school. I have a degree. Can you say the same? Everyone's indoors during the winter, so I can play guitar as loud as I want. I love that for him. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, I can see if I can go in the sewer, maybe. I'd rather not have one than have one and be just as dumb as me. Ugh. Okay, well, that's you. I'd rather have one. I like bragging rights. Wild? No, don't say wild. Don't say wild like that's a true statement. Man. Man. Listen, I've used my degree to some capacity. A human visitor? This is most unusual. Do you want this? Thank you very much. Oh, it's cute. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with him. I'm Cobus, merchant of rare and exotic goods. Please, don't be alarmed. I am different than the others. I just keep talking to you? I spent a lot of time observing humans. I know you like to shop. Care to see my wares? Oh. This is kind of awesome. Void egg? I'm not really sure what this does. Minus 37 energy? Can I hatch this? Okay. Using it as a decoration? Oh wait, you don't even do that. Oh. Man, the lack of water is really getting to you, huh? The hell? Loki, turn the music down a bit. Oh, okay. I don't I don't know where it should be. It's minus 42. Wow! Miss! Whoa, thank you so much for the read! Yippee! Thank you for the follow, Otis. Oh my goodness, how are you doing, fella? Hi, Candace. Hi, Gem is cool. Hi, Woot. Hi, Otis. Hi, Foxy Fairy Bat. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you all. Witty, thank you. That's so sweet of you. How is Heartopia? Are you making good progress? Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow. You're so sweet, Foxy. Been a wonderful, fun day. Really? I was watching you play that game a little bit yesterday. It's a very cute looking game. Very cute looking game. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the follow, Gem. You're so sweet. My goodness. Well, you brought me so many sweeties. Thank you. I leaked a lot of heart juice. Oh. Um, is that a good thing or no? I'm not really sure what that means. But I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you had a good stream. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you. Slurp. They're really good fellas. Oh, I know they are. Wilt has really good vibes. I think everyone should follow him. He's the cutest little squirrel I know. Keep up the good weekend. You. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Wowie, wowie, wowie. Wowie, wowie. Well, everyone, sorry, you flustered me a little bit. My name is Fust, or you can call me Cinna if you want. And I'm a fox girl, and I'm playing Stardew Valley. Yippee! Yippee! And we're vibing to music, and we're having a good time. I hope you had a lovely stream. And if you gotta take good care of yourself after your stream, I think you should do that. Oh my god, sorry, vibe switch. Hades Town jump scare. You guys like Hades Town? You guys like Hades Town? Taps fingers together, pushes hair behind ears. Never heard of it? Really? Oh, it's a musical. It's a musical. I feel like it's a pretty popular musical. At least I've heard a lot about it. I saw it. I saw it in New York and it was lovely. Thank you for the bits. You're so sweet. I'm gonna lay down a bit, but I'm watching your Stardew. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is so awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good lay down. I hope you get lots of good rest. Oh my god, don't look at my farm. There's just stuff everywhere. Oh, that's why? Oh, are you you're not a big musical fella? I think that's fair. I'm really not either. But I really like Epic the Musical and I really like Hades Town. But I think in general, I'm not the biggest musical fella. I don't know. It depends. Because okay, but even that was AP for me. That's fair. That's fair. For me, I don't know. I like I like the storytelling of musicals. Like it's a very nice novel way to get your point across. But it's low-key hard for me to hear lyrics. And I think for Epic, I like the animations more than I actually like the songs. But the songs are quite good. Without the fan animations, I probably would have skipped over it. That's fair. That's fair. I think that really helps. I love Hades Town, but I saw it. I saw it on Broadway. Last year for my birthday, I went to see it. And the cast that I saw is different than the cast that is on Spotify. So like listening to this right now, I'm like, this does not quite sound right. It's still good though. It's so nice to meet you. It's so nice to meet you too, Foxy. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Now what is a foxy fairy bat? Is foxy like the adjective and you're a fairy bat? Or or are you a bat and a fairy and also a fox? Don't just copy what I said. Okay, well I'm sorry. I'm just speaking my mind and then you happen to type the same thing. Oh hi Icy. Man, you really like redeeming that one, huh? Pika Pee! More curious about the 30 honey bun part. Oh, I yeah. I feel like that's self-explanatory. Who doesn't like a nice little honey bun? Bat and a fairy. That's so cute. 30, you give me 30 honey buns. Who puts their age in their username? And if you do put your age in your username, do you update it every year, or is it just like you stick with whatever age that you made it? I have a special redeem for each person I love watching. So, for example, the jump screen, man, the jump screen is quite menace behavior. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. Just like get better when it's cold. God, that's real. Yeah, I'm 30. Oh, when you turn 31, are you gonna change it to Foxy Fairy Bat 31 Honey Bun, or do you just settle at 30? Man, I was kind of hoping that we would get 30 honey buns to share, but that's pretty nice too. Oh wait, I think I need a gift for Pam by the 25th. Chili is sunflower is fine. Chili, that's a good gift. I'm gonna go fishing. I think that would be good. I don't know what that is. I I thought this was Krobus, so I don't know what that is either. And I don't have a thing. Can I make one? Birthday 10? Okay, I got you. 1st of August? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what horoscope that is. August. That's not Virgo, because Virgo is the end of August, right? I don't know what's before. But I'm sure that's a swell birthday. I've been on a Jackson Wink cake. My goodness. Have you been reading fan fictions? Have you been reading the fan fictions where it's like a party at his place? Okay, well that's not. Sorry, I was just wondering. Like, I'm not judging you, it's just an honest question. Oh yeah, I'm going fishing. For gore. Just think his music is relatable. I don't know what he's saying. I really like Blow though. That one goes crazy. I think that was my favorite song for a little bit. I think that was a 2024 on repeat situation. Fish off a bridge. I think you catch more fish if you're on a bridge. I think it adds to the aura. Man, I'm the best fisherman alive. I'm the second best fisherman alive. Fisherman fast. My goodness. I'm not gonna say that. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Is it because the song is emotional? Wiggle, wiggle. Oh my god, come back. Shh. Wait, I got it, I got it. I got it, it's fine. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, chill! That's not very chill. This is gonna be such a cool fish. It's gonna be like ultra rare gold plated rainbow fish. Uh, uh, bro, get back here. Man, sigh. I'm the third best fisherman. Where are the 30 honey buns? Honey buns. Wait, why did did you spell it different? It was cute the first way. I like calling people honey bunny, but spelling honey with the U like that. Embarrassing. Be gold plated. No, but I put 1K worth of effort into it. Look, this is something. I was like, don't say embarrassing. What the hell? Not like you could do any better. I hope I fish up a Norg. Like, I hope it's not even in the Stardew Valley art style. I hope it's just straight up a large Norg from Warframe. Actually, I could. No. No, I don't think so. River jelly. Yippee! 30 max energy. I feel like there's some food that increases your fishing, but I don't know what that is. Maybe I should look into that. X and an orc X. Sigh. Man, Azu's not even here. Ugh. We can just let that one we can just let that one fizzle out, I think. Last SR. Did you do English by Tan? Okay, I got you. You can song request as much as you like. I'm vibing. You could drive the bus if you want, but I don't want to put that on you. Okay, hold on. Do. Every time I say do, I think it's a Blackpink one. It never it never is, but that's what I think of. Are you listening to Cordis? This is mine. Blah. Uh, Ah! Man. Well, I'm in the top 10 fishermen of all time. Surely. Oh, see, this is a nice one. The nice one, and it has a little treasure chest. Oh. Yippee! Top 10? Oh, well, I thought you were more of a glazer than that. I thought you'd be like, no. In my heart, you're at least in the top 3 fishermen of all time. I've never seen such fishing prowess. And then I'd go, oh my god, you're so right. Now you kind of took that away from me. Can you try the best if you wanted? Okay. I can still rub your back. What are you talking about? What's going on over there? Hold on. Spotify opened in the web browser. What? Ah! What happened to my song? Sigh. It's fine. 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 Giant dino egg. The entire shell is still intact. Why? Is this really how many fish I caught? I caught at least 20. What the bus station mid song? That's on you. Oh. Yeah, my bad. It's fine. Have you guys ever been on public transportation and like pressed the emergency stop button or like pulled the emergency stop like rope thing? Shows what fish is on the line. Oh. I don't know if I need that. Maybe I should save that for if there's a quest. Good to have. Just say that. No, I did not say that. I certainly did not say that, but thank you for perceiving. Look at this fish. Just sitting nicely on the bottom. That's what I like to see. My fishing level's gotta be pretty good, right? Oh, you can't check. Man. I think you should be able to check your inventory when you got your pole in the water. Wow, 3 geodes split up. Oops. Oh, my fishing is max. Maybe I should be doing something else. Maybe I should get in the mines. I don't really want to. Oh, the disappointment from no honey buns is still there. I meant to say all the non-gold plated fish are too scared to be caught by you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're so right. Thank you. Do you like honey buns? I haven't had a honey bun in a while. And I like the idea of them. But I think the last time I had one, I was like, man, this is coating my whole mouth in a way that is not very pleasant. I used to be known for eating an absurd amount of them. Wait. Oh. That happened to me with fruit pizza. Unlucky, you hate to see it. Wait, you just said real I want a honey bun. You don't even like them anymore. Biblical levels of greed. What pizza? Fruit pizza. Like, not an actual pizza, but like, for 4th of July, my mama always makes a fruit pizza, and it's just a ginormous sugar cookie. That's the crust. And then there's like cream cheese, and that's like the, I don't know, the sauce. And then there's like sliced bananas and sliced strawberries and blueberries in the shape of an American flag. And then you put like honey drizzle on top. and it's really yummy. But there was one year that I just ate so much of it every single day that like it made me kind of sick. And then now I don't like it anymore. Guess I don't really need that seed. Anytime someone would hear a crinkle in the mic, they would clown on me and ask how. Wait, that's kind of awesome. You know, like on stream too. Wow, there's not even that many in a box, right? Isn't it like 6? So you'd have to be buying like multiple boxes at a time. That's so cooked. I kind of love that. I need fruit pizza. You too. It's really, really good if you don't like eat so much that you feel sick. I don't know, something about a banana slice on a sugar cookie is it's so peak. I was stacked up. You dog. Passed out 7 times making this honey bun. I wonder how long until my house is ready. I wonder how long until it rains. I'm assuming it doesn't rain in the winter because it's just snowing. But maybe that's a good thing. Maybe like a spring wedding is more optimal. More romantic, you know. I don't know. I think a winter wedding is probably some aura though. No, I like short sleeve dresses, but I think snow is really nice. I don't know what to do with these rings. Can I sell them? Can you sell them at the guild place? Oh my god. Why was she like closing her eyes standing up? She's going so slow. She's like falling asleep on the job. Girl, you don't have to be working that hard. I can just wait an extra day. Stealer. I had to listen to them. Is this the STD song? Oh, I see. I see, I see. Me when I vibe to the Me when I vibe to the songs that I'm putting on. Thanks, Zora. I'll put this here. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can sell the rings, and if not, I guess I'll fish on the like STDA. Help, please. I I think you gotta go to the pharmacy for that. I don't know. Hang in there. I see you Kami is playing Wuthering Waves. Wowie! Wowie! 6 o'clock. Sheesh. I cancel them. Slay. How are we looking? We are not looking good at all. Wait, or went away from the Dougies. I think that's the hot dog little guy. Everything else is low-key cooked. Is that a wedding dress? You... Like, in the game or in real life? You think he'd just be sitting at his desktop, like, with a dress? That's kind of awesome. I guess if I paid thousands and thousands of dollars for a wedding dress, I would probably wear as much as possible too. Should tell him that. He should. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should let him know. He didn't have a permit for that. He said he didn't want a permit though. He said he doesn't care. He's gonna build anyway. He'd probably not like that. I already have a party hat. Wow, what a good song. Huckering tomato. Man! What am I supposed to do with this? Get your areolas in that damn wedding dress. Okay, well, that's certainly some words that you could say in my chat, I suppose. Thanks for the bonk, I guess. No, never. That would be so... Ew. 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 Why would you say that? Man. I will say, Munsey's kind of difficult to, like, make cute art of, because, like, sock monkey mouths are a little bit strange. I would say in the hug emote, it looks quite cute. Like, he looks quite cute there. But the artist didn't, like, do a proper sock monkey mouth. They just did, like, a red line. Maybe that's the move. Squeak! Hold on, he's on the end of my desk. Thank you for the like, we kiss in Mansley. Man, I hope not. Moxley, I'd go crazy. Those lips are cooked. We have to say artistic with Rudy's. Yo, you're not wrong, but I feel like you can't slander him like that. Okay, listen up. Do you like it? Excellent, pal. He got too much lip filler, and now he doesn't have any creases in his lips. And it's, like, really noticeable and obvious. Glurp! Man, who up glurping? Guess I should work on this. Hops in a keg. Do I have hops? I guess it wouldn't be over there. I do have hops. I just need a keg. Wood, copper, iron, oak resin. Is oak resin in the fridge? Hi, Brandon. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Oh my god, I do have oak resin. Slay. Why would you let Monsley get exposed to those high beauty standards like that? It's less of like I'm letting him get exposed. It's more of like he's his own monkey, and if he wants to pursue different I don't know. I don't know what the word would be. He's allowed to do what he wants, you know? If he wants to feel slay, I'm not gonna stop him. You know, I bet he likes it. I think he's really, really cute. It's just it's hard to convert his mouth into like different expressions, you know? But that doesn't make him any less cute. He's very precious to me. 31-1. Wait, this is not even Oak Resin. This is Pine Tar. W opinion. Oh my god, thank you. I think people can do whatever they want with their bodies. Okay, so this is a maple tree, I think. I need a oak. I don't know how to tell which one is an oak tree without the leaves on it. I guess maples are thinner than oaks, so this is probably an oak. I think. Do your best, still, buddy. Got some new ideas to sleep on. Oh my goodness, I had a dream last night that my brother, like, I was falling asleep on the couch and then my brother tucked me in. And that was it. That was the whole dream. It was really nice. I hope my brother's having a really nice evening. All the other stumps at? Guess I got them already. I almost feel like I should get rid of like all the bushes and all the trees. And like have a clean slate, and then I can just plant seeds where I want trees to be and make everything look nice. But that would take so long. I guess it wouldn't take long to get rid of the trees, but it'd take a long time to like build everything to look nice. I really don't have any visions. I'm not a builder. Aw. Okay, I guess I can go here for fun. Did I go to the mushrooms? I did. Man, I'm so on top of things. Haley's gonna come here and be like, ew. Why do you live in a giant field with nothing in it? I want a divorce. They excited. That's nice. I hope there's a way to like get bushes. Hello? There we go. I fell asleep outside. In the snow. Oh, she's a profession. Botanist or tracker. Location of forageable items revealed. Forage items are always highest quality. I feel like they're already like fine quality. I'll track them. Wow. Wow, it's Christmas Eve in the game. Yippee yippee. I think I could probably get to spring if I you know, did pacing at a regular pace. Man, I don't know where to put this. This house is crazy. Spring. Spring. Yeah, I want to make it a spring. Someone dropped you out, blah blah blah. Oh, it only costs 1,000. I thought it like got more expensive each time, but 1,000 is fine. Okay. Gotta give Pam a secret gift. And it'll be a sunflower, and she'll hopefully really like it. Your name being Fosty's an L, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's okay. I didn't ask for your opinion. No, but when I was making it, somebody I asked for name suggestions and they said Fosty. I was like, oh, that's cute. Sorry, you're a hater. I'm not to ban this guy. That's what I'm saying, bro. You'll get it anyway, bro. It's okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. Thanks for role playing like you weren't the one who did it. Hmm. Ah! Oh, is that the tracker thing? I feel like that's a little cooked. Dance emoji. Real and true. Hmm. Well, that one can stay. It's doing important work. I think I planted these two. Like, they can stay also. Wow, I love this one so much. Scylla's on my desk. Keep it this way. Oh, my wood fell in the water. It's okay. Is that all? There's a bush here, but I kind of like it. I can stay. I think that's everything. Oh, I don't think I can move the buildings while Robin is just like chilling. It's fine. She'll be done eventually. Okay. Oh, that doesn't go there. Okay. Okay. Going to break geodes. Bada 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 ba 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 ba. Hi. Oh, I guess I can probably use the bus stop too. Hi kid, what are you up to? $500? Do I need something from there? Well, I guess I didn't have anything better to do today. Look at the camera. Smirking. How lovely. Hello, camel. I feel like I've seen camels before and they did not baa like that. Sounds like a sheep. Cute. Man. Giggle baiting. Mega bomb. Whip totem desert. 10 iridium. Butterfly hutch. I need that. 200 bat wings. I don't know how many I have. Wait, these beds are much nicer. Man. Oh. 99 coal for a dark piano. Does this change every day or is this the same? I want this. I don't think I have that much coal though. Oh. I guess that's where you warp towards. Wow. Cute. Hmm. What a bright color. Customer? Oh, wait, she's cute. Hi, welcome to Sandy's Oasis. How you look just like the new farmer that Emily wrote to me about. Then the bus line to Stardew Valley is back in service. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, cute. It's kind of cooked that Emily wrote about me in the letter and like described me in enough detail that this girl recognized me. Please visit again soon. I get so bored out here. Do you like sunflowers? This looks wonderful. Oh my goodness, she liked it. What do you have for sale? Cactus seeds. Can only be grown indoors. Ooh, I don't know how to fix the greenhouse, but that thing is broken. Skull shirt? Kind of awesome. Mannequin? Quotient? Clothesline? Uh-huh, uh-huh. Okay, looks good. Mannequin's kind of cute. I could put my clothes out of the fridge and onto a mannequin. Kinda pricey, though. Oh, okay. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-blah-blah-blah. I wonder if the letters said lasagna aura. It's recognizable. I'm gonna need you to explain what that means in like great detail. Man, I feel like I don't really want lasagna aura. Like it's fine, I guess. But if I was gonna have any food aura, I'd kind of prefer it to be like a dessert. Or at least something that I'd be like really happy to eat. Kind of cooked. This looks important. Oh, a cave. Zora can explain. If Zora explains, he's just gonna make fun of me. I would much rather you explain. Gimbal 23%. Oh my goodness, hi Waffle. Waffle, why are you still up? Isn't it like 6 a.m. for you? Smiley face with a space in between the eyes and the mouth. Why are your eyes so high up on your forehead? You can cultivate the honeycomb aura. Yo, I'd really like to have honeycomb aura. That would be so awesome. The long face. Ugh. You insert the skull key into the keyhole. It's a perfect fit. Yippee! Oh. Why am I so weak? I'm supposed to do 30 damage. Okay, what about you? Oh, I do damage to you. Come here. Spin around. Yo. What is this? Oh. I don't know why it made a weird noise. Is this the same? There wasn't an elevator, so I imagine you don't. It doesn't save your progress. Is this a hole? Melted. Miss. Oh, maybe they come back. I'm not gonna find out. Jump in. You fell 3 levels. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't save your progress, I don't think. Oh my god, chill. Goodbye. What is this? Okay. Yeah, that's a later thing. I know. I don't think I really care for all that. Kimble 25%. Yo, look at you. Okay. I wanna go home, I think. That was fun. I got like 4 cactuses. Wow, wow, wow. Yippee. Yeah, that is so cute. I like the popping one. Bam, 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 bam. Does the blacksmith close at 4? That'd be kind of sad. It's fine. I didn't even want to go there. Man, why is Wordle texting me? Sigh. It's so hard being so popular. Gamble 1%! Man. What's the highest percentage you would gamble? Would you do 50? Would you do 50? Would you do 50? If I ask it more, does that make you more apt to say yes? No? Would you do 20? Would you gamble 10% if I call you pookers? What the hell? Can you call them pookers, like, for free? Monetizing it now is so cooked. C is crazy. Oh my god. Gamble nothing. Wow. It's a bad day to be Zoralius, huh? I didn't know you were chill like that. Bro, guys. Oh my goodness. So are you? There, don't fight. You can both be broke, and like that's fine. Yippee! Mystery box! Do you guys like mystery boxes? I'm not a big fan of them. I get too attached to wanting like a specific thing, and then if you don't get it, it's like, man, this sucks. Okay, do I need cactuses for the community center? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, we're chill. I have not seen my girlfriend in days. I hope she's doing okay. Oog. Okay. Yeah. Kitty sleeping in the snow. That's so cute. Guess I can cook this. Maybe I need like a storage shed. Maybe that would help. It's only 7. Ugh, man. What am I supposed to do? It's too late to like start something, but it's too early to go to sleep. I guess I could fish. But this is a bit of a not good fishing area. Oh, never mind. This place is fine. We're chilling. Wow, that was so close. Yuri! I would skip. Why? I don't think I need that one. I don't remember what I need. I need like a sturgeon? And... Yep, that's all I remember. No one has called me pookers. Oh, you played the like too hard to get. Scared him away. It's just like the Brazilian waifu. Are they singing about a bicycle? I'd get it if it was a motorcycle, but bicycle is so funny. Oh, yippee. I've always wanted a little piece of driftwood. Boing. Sorry, I'm so locked in on these fish. Yippee! Retro. It's just wood trash. Oh, it is. That's so nice. Let's go. Bicycle. So relatable. Oh. Don't know what that noise means. Aw, cute. 992. Oh, I guess coconuts sell for quite a bit. Why are we? Yippee, yippee, yippee. Living large? Oh, it must be for having a big house. Oh, I still have coffee left. That's cooked. Liv- living so large. She like got a nursery and everything. Okay. Oh my goodness. Why are they? Why are there 3 beds? I don't want that many children. Um. I don't know where to put anything. I feel like the bear goes with the fireplace. Like they should be together. Maybe this can be like a kitchen table. Gamble 5%. Oh, see, if that was 10%, you would have won. Never going above 1 again. Aw, surely that's not true. Surely, surely you'll go crazy one day. That's what I'm hoping anyway. Ah! Is it centered? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I need furniture. Why went crazy? I still have 2.5 million. Ah, you like still do. That's that's pretty much 2.5 million. If you do some light rounding. You still oh my god, I'm gonna be late for Christmas. This house looks crazy. Like not in a good way. Oh yeah, perf. Oh, can't even center the welcome mat. Can be like a kitchen sink mat. I guess a bear can be in the kitchen. I don't know what this spot is for. It's for a bear now. Hey kid, here's a recipe for a little treat my pappy used to make. Cook it slow. Cheese cauliflower. Raise your hand if you would eat that. I would not personally. What is this? I see you entered the skull cavern. Well done. I got a better challenge for you, kid. Make it at least 25 levels deep. I got a mountain of gold to send if you can do it. Your friend, Mr. Chi. Key? Maybe. Sorry, it's probably Key. I would try. I don't think. It's been a while since I've had cauliflower, so I guess I can't say that I don't like it. But I don't think it's my favorite. I think I'd rather have broccoli. Hello, friend. The mountain lake has been kind to me lately. I'd like to share my good fortune with you. Wow. Bro really put a fish through the mail. Well, it feels good to sell it if he sent it. I guess I'll put it in the fridge. Ooh, I'd like a fish tank. Gonna work on that. I also need to work on the, the colors of my house. Oh wait, maybe I don't know if she likes diamonds, but I think most people like diamonds. Maybe that would be a better gift. I don't know. I'll look her in the eyes and determine on the spot. Cauliflower is the melon of veggies? Oh, I don't really like melon. I'm not a big melon person. It's so cute. Welcome to the Feast of the Winter Star. Today is a time to be thankful for this year's good fortune. Get your worries for a day and relax. Okay. Ooh, presents. Oh, I won't give it yet. What a beautiful tree. Aw, it's really cute. This is so nice. Nothing like a piping hot feast on a cold winter's day, huh? Ooh, I've had too much nog. Who calls it nog? Why is this dude working on Christmas? Just to make a quick buck. Ooh. Wait, maybe some furniture would be nice. Maybe a rug would go crazy. Hmm. Maybe some windows. Garlic for $2,000 is so interesting. My sales figures have been phenomenal lately, thanks to the Feast of the Winter Star. Man, I don't really like him at all. It's gotta be cold out here. I can't imagine, like, sitting to eat at a table, like, outside in the snow. I met some people who believe in spirits and magic. But me? I've never seen anything that couldn't be explained by science. Okay, buddy. Sigh. All these happy families. But for me, just another lonely year. Oh. Well, at least you got community. It's a fine art making candy canes. You really gotta search far and wide for the best ingredients. They aren't easy to come by these days. He makes candy canes? That sounds so nice. I never even considered that you could make a candy cane. Do you think it's hard? Why, hello, Frosty. It's chilly, isn't it? Gus is just telling me about his artisan candy canes. Yawn. Frosty, what are you hoping to find under the spirit tree? I like shoes. I see. That would be a great gift. I hope there's a new camera for me under the spirit tree. She's so cute. A feast for some stupid star? Humbug. Oh my, aren't you cold, dear? It's freezing. I got a beanie on. Oh, hello. Oh my god. It looks like he's gonna cry. Oh. It must be hard if he doesn't have parents. It's not a good time of year for a diet. I'm thankful for my guitar and my skateboard. Oh, and my family, I guess. Hi, Fussy. Hiya, Fussy. You're welcome to join our family table if you need company. Spending time with family is tiring sometimes. Man, nobody's saying anything interesting. I want gossip. I'll probably get another tool set this year. Sigh. Yo. This is so nice. What the fuck is Linus swearing? I don't see Linus. I'm not gonna lie. Can we open presents now? He's just got a hood on. No, it's kind of cute in like a pile of leaves lion sort of way. I think this is Drip. I'd join in, but I don't think I'm welcome. Man, That's so sad. Do you want to hear the Legend of the Winter Star? Not really, but I'll say yes. Oh, yeah, thanks. Hey, good afternoon. God. It's like they called me in high school. They let me walk over here, but I don't know if there's anything over here. Spinecone is so in right now. I don't know. Sometimes I see K-pop idols wearing like really, really big, bright, fluffy like fur coats. Um, and I feel like it's kind of that vibe. They usually don't have a hood though. Should I give her a diamond or a sunflower? I know she likes sunflowers. I don't know if she likes diamonds, but if she does, she'd probably like that a lot more than a sunflower. Mm. Mm. Well, I'll gamble on a diamond, I think. Oh, so it's you. Ah, a diamond, thanks. What, did you like it? Aww. Hi. Are you gonna talk? Hey, Fusty. I'm your secret gift giver this year. Here, open it. Okay. Aw, cute. You received a Nautilus shell. Thanks means they liked it? I don't know. I feel like people say thanks if it's like mid as well. It's not much, but I hope you like it. I love it. Thank you. I'd love to get a shell. I wish I could give my girlfriend a gift. Wait, can I see if she liked it? Oh my god, my scroll wheel's a little funky. Oh, she liked it. Let's go. Finally, we can have a shell on this beach. Fried eggs? Bro! What do you mean by that? You don't like fried eggs on the beach? 10 p.m. I can put this in my room chest. Wow, wonderful. Larger. Oh, it won't center. Ugh. Okay, never mind. We can keep this one. Large oak could go in the living room if that's the case. They're a little soggy. What do you mean they're a little soggy? Oh my god. I did not know you knew about hallucination. This is crazy. I remember seeing the teaser trailer for this song and being so hyped. I can't pet my kitty. Maybe I already pet her. Ugh. I really want to get to year 2. I forgot how many. I think there's 28 days. Here, Frosty. I want to make fish stew, but I need an albacore. I know they're almost out of season. Sorry about the short notice. Could you catch one for me? Yeah. Albacore. What if I already have one? I don't. Catfish? Is that something I need? Walleye. Sturgeon. Oh, it's not. Wait, it is! Why is that in my fridge? Okay, whatever. The house is a little ugly, but it's fine. It's ugly in an endearing way, surely. Gamble 1%. Man, you'll get more money if you gamble more. That's the rules, you know? Okay. Yippee! Anything above 2% loses? Nuh-uh. 2% is pretty good. Good type of milk. Gamble 1%. Oh! No, check this out. Bam, bam, bam. Sheesh! Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? That could be you. Bam, bam. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. I literally don't know where albacore are. I wish he told me in his letter. I think it's a blue one. First temperature edges are cool and warm water meets. Oh, so it's probably like in the river by the ocean. You are so right. Don't type Gambiol. Okay. What did I just tell you not to do? And what did you just do? Wait, is this strip? It's kind of awesome. I don't know if this counts, but I'll try here. As I wait for the blacksmith to open. Just a little bit. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Do you see that? That was cool, huh? Micro. Wiggle, wiggle. Oh wait, I gotta look into a fish tank. I forgot that was on my list of things I want. Ah! Oh, I also have to check my coal status. If I have 999, there is something from the desert. I don't even remember what it was. But it was cool, I think. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yippee! Winka. Man, I don't want that. What is the range for this tracker? Why isn't Norg? Take out the Norg bait. Okay, what about wild bait? Or sorry, deluxe bait. Deluxe bait has to be Norg bait. That stuff's hard as hell to get. Surely the Norg is on the way. Don't even worry. Oh, that's cool, I guess. Sorry. Something about a golden pumpkin being in there is so Man, what is this loot box? It's so goofy. Oh, ossified blade. Is that better? Ooh, it's prettier, but I don't think it's better. Has defense though. It says it has +1, or sorry, +2 weight. I think it swings the same. It's really pretty though. Put it on my mantle. Someone whack my geodes? How do I do that? Like just take a hammer and go crazy on your head? Or what? Steel hoe. Iridium pickaxe. Oh, I think I only have 2 iridiums. That's cooked. It is pretty. What, my sword or your geodes? A red mullet frenzy has begun at the beach. Okay. What the? Giving the Riddler. It's valuable but has no other purpose. Okay. A whole lot of nothing. Oh, I should have sold the other stuff. Is my head a geode? Oh. Well, I was just assuming. Oh, can I not sell those here? Oh, I was on the wrong thing. Teehee. I assume your head is a geode. Bonk. Thank you. Well, my head isn't a geode. Ew, it's boiled beet night again. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sounds like it sucks pretty bad. Oh, I should have taken my little sonar thing. So I'd know if I had an albacore or not. Yo, a shell! What the? They just... What is that? I guess I've never seen a frenzy in this game before. Who are they leaping? Whacking your geode. I didn't even ask for that. I thought you were the one who wanted that. Oh, oops, my bad. Is it like Terraria where it'll come back or no? Oh, okay, it is. Slay. This is awesome. I don't really need red mullets, though. The Norks are there, Shirley? You think the Norks would be in the red mullet frenzy? Are they homies? My goodness. What is going on? Okay, I think that's quite enough to brush my hair daily, or else it'll clump up into messy knots. Do you like flowers? I forgot. Oh yeah, you like them. Here you go. This is for me. Marvelous. It's nice, buddy. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, surely albacore would be here. If this is the bridge between river and ocean. Surely this is one. Why is Elliot always mogging? I don't know. I think that's just his personality trait. A mogger. Kind of cool. I kind of vibe with that. Over me, over. Ah! Sorry. I don't know if this is normal, but like, you know the little black Windows command prompt that like happens when you're turning on your computer? I'll just get so many of those just throughout the day. And I don't know. I don't know what it's trying to do. Surely it's regular. Over me, over me. Over meat over meat merp indeed. And you've always said that. That's normal, sort of. Sounds good to me. I don't know what it's doing. Like, I don't know what is, I don't know. I don't know what it wants. It'll, like, close my game and just have a little black screen for a second. And then it'll go away really quick, like it's in trouble or something. Oh my god, banger. Wow. Temperature edges where cool and warm water meet. I mean, the warm water has to be the ocean, right? Is this... Maybe I'm not like in the edge enough. Maybe it's this blue stuff. World. You're welcome. Maybe it's just like rare. Okay, surely this one's an albacore. Look, it's moving a little differently, so that's that's gotta mean something. Man! I got so many red mullets. What am I supposed to do with them all? Blah blah. Hi, Freddy. Hi. How's it going? World. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Man. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Tuna? Well, I guess that's different. Okay, what if I look it up? What if I look up where albacore live? Stardew Valley, wiki.com. You're welcome. You're welcome. Caught in the ocean at the beach, or on the beach farm during fall and winter. An early morning and at night. Oh. 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. What time is it? It's 2 p.m. Oh, I love this one. Or 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Okay, so it's just not the right time. Okay, I'll come back at 6 p.m. I love this one. It's so good. I'll be a fan of you. Oh my god, fish tank. Hangfish. Fish are double bed. I don't think I like that one. I think a fish tank is good. Yes, I'm a bad boy, so I like bad girl. You are my baby. Tell me what you want right now. I'ma give it to you, girl, right now. A gift, thanks. He's kind of cute. I mean, thought that'd take longer. I guess I can just fish until 6. I think my inventory's gonna get full though. Ba-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da. Man, I can like see the music video playing in my head. It's like black and white, but the red parts are accented. And V looks like a little goober. That's my boy. It's my boy. What the hell? But I guess more this version. Mine first. Is that true? Is that true? Maybe that's true. I kind of don't believe that though. Hello, hello. Tell me what you want right now. Hello, 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 hello. Give it to you, girl, right now. Wow, this is so lovely. I have not perceived this song in so long. Wow. No ponya, no ponya. Probably not placed away. I guess you can win because you like his current stuff a lot more. Ba-ba-da-ba. You like Unkri, who's like 30 years old. I remember you saying you liked it. Oh, that's so nice. I quite do. I quite do. Oh, no bunny, no bunny. This is maybe my most like viewed music video of all time. I've been thinking about. I've seen Cheese by Stray Kids a whole lot, but I don't know. I don't know. In high school, I had this YouTube playlist of BTS songs, and I would just watch it like like every single day. It was so awesome. And this one was my favorite. Unkvi is a chill guy who walks around in a bear mask greeting people, so yeah. Listen, I'm not saying that's not awesome. Like, that is quite awesome, and he's a cool guy. I just don't know him as well anymore. Wait, 6 p.m. Surely there's an albacore here. Ooh, you can't resist it. Ooh, ba ba da ba da ba. Please. I wish I could do that whistle. It's quite pleasing. Sea cucumber. Maybe I should be by the edge. Right now? Like, are you recording it or are you just like doing it into the air where I'll never hear it? It's very nice of you. We're not silly. Who up not silly? Oh, this one's feisty. Maybe this is an albacore. Look at me. Oops. Squid. 3 wood. Man. I have until 11 p.m. I think. Bada bada bitty bang. Bitty bada bitty bang. Bitty bada bitty bang. Ha! Yo! I got it! Oh my god, okay. And it's for Gus. Wait, that's so lucky. My inventory was full and everything. No more chama on the chama, yes! Yo! Sorry, I'm really vibing. I put yap in my like in my schedule. It's not yapping anymore. I'm just the yapping is just me going. "Wah, wah, wah, wah." Hi, Tommy. How's it going? Papa. Hi, I'll take your order in a few moments. Okay. The back of the beanie looks like it has a smiley face. Is this for Elliot? Hello, Frosty. What a pleasant surprise. It's just stopping in to relax after an 8-hour writing session. Oh my god. I know his hands hurt. Bartender, fetch me your finest ale and bring some wine for the lady. Ooh, bro does not know me. I would not drink that. Bring a nice fruity little cocktail for the lady. It's almost late for class. Session writing. Writing, like writing a novel. I mean, I imagine if he said 8-hour writing session, it would be like horseback riding. I don't I don't know what you're thinking. I'm sorry you were almost late to class. But if you're almost, that means you weren't, right? So slay. Just saying that straight up. Well, I think when people are like, oh, I just got back from riding, like usually that means they own horses and they're like, I just went for a ride. But I guess maybe you could mean like your motorcycle. I think, do people say that? 'Cause I feel like people would be like, do you want to go for a ride? Not this song sweet. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Surely your Tommy's so punctual. Well, he lost the XD. No whimsy for him anymore, huh? There you go, sir. Wait, I propose a toast to... I don't really want to toast the whole town. I'm not gonna toast my health. We can toast to our friendship. That seems pretty nice. That's a great idea. Here's to us. Oh, why is he looking like that? Oh my god, why is my cup like 3 times his? Hick. Strong stuff. Oh my god. Okay. Did not really like that sprite. But it's nice that he's whimsical. Tipsy -1 speed. That's fine. I hope the next time I go for drinks, someone what? Yes. I feel like the wiggling was like kind of strange, but like whatever, it's fine. I think it's a facial expressions for me. Oh my goodness. Hiranya, hi. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, thank you. It's so lovely to see you. Okay, I don't think I need any of these. Wait, I was trying to give this to Gus. I got baited into a cutscene. Sigh. How's work going? Are you slaying? I hope you're slaying. I don't know what time the bar closes. Surely it's like 1 a.m. Hi. Business has been really good tonight. I'm pleased. Oh, here's your fish. Sniff, sniff. What's that? Something smells like albacore. Do different fish smell different? I kind of thought they all smell the same. Aha! You brought it. Thanks a million. Wow. I don't really want to talk to anyone, but I want the friendship points. Oh, I don't want to talk to him though. Talk to everyone else. Not him. I don't like him. Don't you have work to do? Do you like flowers? I think he doesn't like flowers. No, when people are mean, I want them to like me. Where is he? Oh. Oh, he likes flowers. Maybe it's George that doesn't like flowers. Here you go. This is great, thanks. Hi. I'm gonna be so popular with all of this town. Oh. Don't know why that flew into my pocket. Gus is in need of tuna. Man, I think I just sold my tuna. Oh, it's Clint's birthday. I don't think he likes flowers. I think the old man and I think Clint don't like flowers, so I don't really have anything for him. Womp womp. Womp 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 womp. What's this game about? Tell me you've never seen Stardew Valley before? It's you're on a farm and you're just trying to like make money and upgrade your farm, and you can also romance people. Trying to think of I'm trying to think of a game to compare it to, but I think usually games are compared to this one. But you have all these skills and it's just like a cozy farming sim. Nope. Throwing back right now? That's so awesome. Keep up the good work. Oh, this as well. Okay. Clothes in fridge. I wish there was a nice way to get rid of clothes. Deluxe speed grow stimulates leaf production. Guaranteed to increase growth rate by at least 25%. Okay. I feel like a fish tank in the nursery is kind of cute. Is that dangerous? I don't know. Probably not. I also like low-key don't know why there's two beds. Don't think I need all that. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, rotate. Oh, this one's not even movable. Wake up and you're swimming with a shrimp. Okay, well, I don't think the concern is necessarily. Oh, baby probably needs a natural light source. But up, but up, but up. I want a bigger window. I don't have any big windows. Well, I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I guess. I guess there's no issue. I think it's less about like dangerous for the baby and more dangerous for the shrimp, right? You don't want the glass to be tapped. Oh my god, I'm about to pass out and die. I trust that shrimp with my baby and my fried rice. Yo, golden pumpkin sold for so much. Okay, 2 more days left. This room is quite ugly. Needs a wallpaper for real. This whole house is ugly. It's fine. It's fine and I'm not even bothered. Why is there a chair over here? This is for supervising your baby, I guess. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Bada bada. Bada bada bada. Bada 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 bada. I don't think I'm giving him a tuna. Bada 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 bada. Oh wait. I swear I had a blobfish. Maybe I put it elsewhere. Maybe I put it here. Huh. Bop, 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 bop. What if I can put shells in the tank? Bam, bam, bam. Okay. So cute. Can I put shells? I can put shells! Oh my god! It's so awesome. I wish this... Oh, that rearranges them. Like this one. Well, I guess that's fine. They can be kind of overlapped like that. That's so cute! Hi, Mercy. Hi, Big Papa. Hi, hi, hi. Are you having a good Groundhog's Day? Have you appreciated your local groundhogs? I'm gonna move my I'm gonna move my fireplace a little bit. I don't think I really like the trees bordering it, but I don't really know what to do with them. I need an interior designer for real. Uh, maybe. I don't know. I like something in this corner, but I don't like that it blocks. You got the juice now. That's so real. Honestly, didn't even realize it was Groundhog's Day. Oh. I don't know if it's good news or bad news for you, but the groundhog saw his shadow. Smirkabachi. That means 6 more weeks older! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I love little fortune-telling rodent. Oops. Man. Maybe this can go outside. There's so much garbage outside, though. Maybe this can go in bedroom. Yarp. Okay, I'll fix it later. No, I worked 13 hours. Oh. I'm so sorry. Is it over now, though? Here's a recipe from my saloon. I only share this with my good friends. Salmon dinner! Yummy! Hi there. I had some extra wood lying around. I thought maybe you could use it. Oh, I'll take it. Thanks. Need a better switch system. Oh my god, my thing grew. Oh, thank you for the fish. know what to do with this bed. Is it sellable? Oh, it was a rough day for your favorite animal? The groundhog? Or you? I can't even put this outside. I guess that makes sense because you're supposed to be like inside by a certain time. The cat just gave you a fish? Yeah. Yeah, she did do that. Which is really cute when she's outside, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. When she's laying in my bed doing it. It's like, oh, thanks. I was trying to go to sleep and now there's a little thing in my bed. Listen, do they do that? I don't know. Maybe the most recent update, but I'm not 100% sure. I figured I just like it was always there and I never realized. Pika for Big Papa. Okay. Pika Pika. I don't know what to do this bed. I'm gonna put it over here. Oh wait, I have enough wall space for portrait of a mermaid now. Changes need to be made, but I'm just really not sure in what direction. Blah 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 blah. Maybe I just pick up everything that's littered all over the place. And then start fresh. Taking your Christmas tree down 2 days after Christmas is not something I would regularly do. I need you to know that. Me? Clearly? I don't know what you mean? Oh, of course, of course. Of course, of course. Understandable. Okay, I'm gonna just sell all this. Understandable. Have a day. Oh! Tulip having a day. I want to move these, but they're like working actively. Same with this. All of this looks disgusting, but I think it'll go away. Oh, hello. Apparently you can have max friendship with your cat. And then there's a 20% of japping a fish when you pet the cat. Oh, is it the same for dogs? Do dogs give you anything? Bow. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, another thing. Okay. This also needs to be moved, but I think I'll make like a storage cabin thing for it. Dogs will drop bone fragments from what I can tell. Aw, that's cute. That's so cute, but I feel like fish is more helpful. But that's good that they drop something too. Hello. Oh, I was not trying to talk to you. I heard you visited Calico Desert recently. How fascinating. I'm sure you observed many unique life forms on your trip. Yeah, I got a coconut. Make house renovations. Oh, you can remove the crib. For free. Open bedroom. Remove the wall separating your bedroom. Oh, no thanks. Add southern room. Add corner room. Add dining room. Add cubby. What is a cubby? Add attic. um. Hmm. I just dropped you a fish. Oh, didn't know you were a cat. That'd be me, lol, in game in IRL. Remove crib. That's kind of based of you. Yeah, I don't really want. I don't know. I didn't even ask Kaylee to be my wife yet, and I I don't really want that stress. But like eventually, I think that'd be cute. I never had kids in this game before. Okay, construct farm buildings. I need chicken cereal. There's a place here to refill your water can. Last you to mill wheat, beets, and rice. Ooh, I don't have cloth. Shed. 300 wood. Man, I should have took my stuff with me. Um. Well, a cabin is just way cheaper, and I feel like it does the same thing as a shed. But admittedly, the exterior of the shed looks a lot nicer. Well, I know what time she closes. I don't think I'll make it back in time though. Just got a girlfriend. 2 cribs and 3 beds. Sheesh. It's a little cooked, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I could have moved my stuff around without buying more stuff. It's okay. We're not the most efficient. What if I just like take everything and hope for the best? It's a little yellow arrow, like there's something here. Is it this tree? I don't really know what that's pointing to. Please stop. Blah blah bleep boop. Beeba baby? Oh man, I missed her thing. It's fine. I'll go tomorrow. Unless you're telling me to stop. You're not vibing me as me going blah 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 blah. That'd be kind of tragic. Ignore me cutting it up. Oh, you're allowed to cut it up. Ba-da, ba-ba, ba-da, ba-ba. Oh yeah. I'm vibing with the black. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I don't know. I think it started because it's like I like K-pop and it's like, man, I don't know how to sing in Korean. So like that's just me doing my best. But I don't know. I think I got too used to it cuz I'll just do that with English songs that I know the words to as well. I think I'm a little cooked. Yippee! My goodness, so much crystal fruit. Oh, I wanted a lot of coal. I should have checked to see how much coal I have. There's something in the desert I wanted that was like 900 coal. These have coal? Only sometimes, I see. Blah 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 has been one of the best additions to my life, I think. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. You know, I think that's a regular response. I think I think everyone should feel that way. But thank you. It's very nice of you. Bow, 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 bow. Mm. Same. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you guys. You're all so nice. What is that? Is this just like... Is this... What am I looking at? Looks like it's... Oh! Iridium. I don't think I've ever seen a iridium deposit before. That's kind of awesome. I need a lot more of that. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Oops, sorry. I don't think anything else has coal. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. It's sweet, sweet iridium. Man. I was playing with a friend like a long time ago. Like maybe over a year ago. And we got to the point where it's like, alright, we need iridium. I don't remember what it was for. We needed like one iridium bar. And man, I must have spent like 4 hours looking for some and I could not find it. Oh, that's not... that's not breakable. Maybe I can get like a little more coal from the mines before I explode and pass out on the ground. Certainly. Rum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Yacht. You'll mostly find iridium in the Skull Cavern, aka the scary place. Is that the one in the desert? I mean, I went there and I was like, this sucks. There's no elevator here. It doesn't save my progress. And then I left. Yes? Oh, man. I think this game is really heavily overestimating my abilities and also patience. Okay, we didn't get more coal, but it's okay. It's okay. Surely slaughtering the bugs was a good a good move. Oh look! Holly. Meow. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Okay. And tomorrow I'll get my... Oh, this is not where that goes. I don't have anything that goes there, actually. Oh. Leo, I got 6. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I keep doing that. Maybe I should color code my chests or, like, separate them or something. A little ridiculous. Oh, wait, I was gonna take that. Okay, I'm taking this to Robin. Oh, I should have done something with that. It can go in my chest. Oops. It's getting late. Yeah. It's so pretty, but it's just not as good. Okay. Okay, I'm locked in. Yo, level 8 mining, let's go! My levels are getting up there. Okay, last day of winter. Last day of winter, and then I'm gonna have more rice. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, locking in. Gotta do something with those as well. Bow, bow, bow. Aw, kitty. No. Man. Please do not perceive that. Oh, man, it took that long just to get one? Oh, just kidding, I have 3. What took that long to get 3? Greetings, young adept. I've enclosed in this package an item of arcane significance. Use it wisely. Wow, thanks. I don't want to be mean, but I like Loki don't need this right now. Don't tell anyone I'm selling his thing. Okay, and since that just finished, drip, 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 drip. Gonna move that. Oh, you can hold shift to walk? I don't know why you would use that, but I did not know about that. Okay, I'll put that somewhere. May not save your progress, but it will regenerate new floors. The best way to reach right down is using staircases. The best way to get staircases is trading jades with the trader in the desert on Sundays. This game is my ever fixation for like a solid year and more. No, you don't have to apologize. Wait. Trade jade for staircases. Okay. That's really good to know. Cause where are my rocks? Oh, they're in my pocket. But yeah, staircases take a lot of rocks, right? I don't think I've ever made a staircase. 99? Yeah, I think I think it would take me quite a while. I don't know. I think I'm cooked either way. But that is quite helpful. So that. Okay. Oh, I also want paths. I guess I should decide what kind of path. Unfortunately, I think cobblestone is my favorite of these options. It only costs 1 stone, though. What is this pointing at? Okay, it's here. Is there... I don't know what that is. Womp womp. I also generate more jades using crystallariums. Crystallariums. I think I have one, but it might have been a reward from like the museum or something. I didn't even think about that. I just been using it for diamonds. Is it 1 jade for 1 staircase, or is it like a lot of them? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh yeah, and she's hopefully open. I hope she's open on Sundays. Oh yeah, she is. Okay. Instruct. Well, maybe I should move the other ones first. Okay. That'll have to move that. I think I want all this to be farm. Although I have sprinklers. So I guess I don't have to have it close to my house. I guess I could have the farm be down here. Like the crops and stuff. I don't know where I'd put this guy. Maybe here? Well, if this wasn't farmland, I don't know what I'd do with it, though. Maybe I'll keep this as a farm. Just so it's easier. I feel bad that I have all this space and I don't know what to do with it. Loki, the silo can stay down there. It's not my favorite thing to look at. And then bow bow bow. And then I think a shed would be nice. Oh, maybe a fish pond would be nice too. Mm, fish pond I can worry about after I have chickens. Okay. I would like to wait. Let me paint buildings first. Maybe the roof is fine. Well, don't turn red. What the? One jade for one staircase. Really? That's like a strat? I would imagine that just like bombing a bunch of rocks would be a better, like, easier thing to do. I guess if you have enough crystal lyriums, that would make it easier. Diamond and crystallariums is good for selling. Having one for jade would be helpful too for the staircases, as jade is not very popular coming across. I think that sounds crazy. I'm learning. I wish I could make this like white. I think white barn would be pretty. Man, I was like, wow, I really want this to be changed, but now that I'm changing it, I'm like, maybe the way it was is fine. Gym. Oh. Ugh. Okay, that's not too bad. Ugh, but a white roof would be better. Sorry. Me going non-verbal looking at colors. I don't know if I like it to be darker or lighter. Hmm. No, I definitely like the roof to be dark. Does it look better? Kind of bluish or kind of blackish? Maybe blackish. Pretty. Oh. Does the porch have to be that color? That porch is ugly as hell. Oh, it's fine. This building cannot be painted. Oh, I'm cooked. Can this be painted? I wanted them to all be matching in swag. They hate me. Oh. I like that. Can't change anything else? I guess not. I guess we're cooked. Okay. One shed, please. I guess I'll put this. Well, I'll put you here, and maybe I'll move you later. Okay. Thanks for your help. Okay, now let's donate the thing to the museum and open the geodes. Ba-da-ba-ba. Sweet Jesus. Ba-da-ba. Sweet, 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 sweet Jesus. Me and my homie starts throwing away my anime figures. Hey, the grid ball game is on today. Isn't the Super Bowl soon? Is that real? I think I got invited to a Super Bowl party, but I don't really know much about that. Real! Real. You get it. Say, how are your tools holding up? Pretty good, I think. Like while I clean up, Tintin, enjoy your Stardew adventures. Thank you! Thank you so much for your lurk. But, I hope your cleaning goes very well. Ba-ba, ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. Ooh. Do you have a big window for me? A drum block. Plays a drum sound when you walk past. Okay. That's kind of cool, but I wish it weren't so ugly. It looks like a hot plate. Can stay in here, I guess. Wow. Oh, these are the same. I don't want any of that. Ooh. Hello, would you like a flower? Oh my god, I don't want to eat it. Thank you, this looks special. I like that part of the song. Been trying to keep our place clean, but it always gets messy again. That it do be like that. Wow, they're beautiful. These are my absolute favorite. Ah, she's so cute. She has the best winter drip. Bossy, you look pretty today. Thank you. I'm wearing 3 very loud colors. Bam bam ba bam. Bam bam ba-dam. Bam bam ba-dam. Hi. Hi there, miss. Sam is busy practicing the guitar. You want a flower? Thanks, I really like this. Oh yeah. Do you want a flower? For me? Wow, thanks. Oh my goodness, I like this one. Bam bam. Bam bam. Bam bam. Bam 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 bam. Hell. I guess it's the last day of the month, so I should try to forge stuff to see if there is any. Well, 2 things is good. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Loki farting on stream? What does that mean? What's wrong with the audio? I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. It sounds regular to me. Smirk emoji. My berry is red, and it has been red perhaps the whole time. Just the song is choppy as hell. Not me. It sounds regular for me. It's fine. The VOD won't record it. Only the people who are listening right at this second are experiencing it. And I guess it kind of sucks for you guys, huh? I really genuinely wish I knew how to fix that. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Maybe it like adds to it if it's choppy, you know? Maybe it's like kind of exciting and cool and you're really liking it and vibing with it. Have you considered that? Many things. This item has some very interesting properties. I sometimes observe the local villagers in secret. So awesome. I love people watching, like, through their window. Jay, thank you! My goodness. There's so much coffee. Bro, man. You used to be, like, my number one, like, hype fella. Now I don't even have one. Hi. Does it still sound choppy? Or did it fix itself? But the ambulance is on my side. Oh, I assume it's still a problem then. What if we just like turn it down a little bit and then you won't be able to perceive it? I'm sorry, it's today, trust. Groundhog Day makes you just feel a little bit menacing, a little bit nefarious. The song is choppy. Um, is it awesome? Is it awesome? I'm just glad it doesn't happen to like my mic. At least that I know of. Man, my contacts hurt. I'm gonna explode, I think. Mighty monthly! So much money. One egg, $200. I really like this one too. I wanna hear it pogging. Um, well, um, I got nothing. The song is choppy, but you're chopped! I am chopped. My eyes hurt. Ad time. It's kind of fixing. I knew it. I love when things just fix themselves. My eyes also hurt. Do something about the contacts. I don't know what to do about them. It feels like. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my model's freaking out because it can't see my face because I'm wiping my eyes. It feels like. Feels like there's chemicals in my eyes. Like, specifically the contacts, you know? It just happens sometimes. It just goes away on its own. We can take an ad break though. Oh, I was upside down. Uh, 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 Okay. Okay, check this out. Okay, I'll go splash my face with water, I guess. Please have a good ad break. Ah, no legs, bro. I have legs. They're just cropped at the moment. Sigh. thunk. Oh wow, a disco ball. That's new. It's exciting. Tally. All right, you got one tally mark. You can take that to the bank. Sniffs. What? Are you mocking me or are you like sniffing on your own? Sniff, 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 sniff. Sniff, 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 sniff. Um, I think everyone's out of jail. I think perhaps. Okay, you're sniffing on your own. Okay, just check in. Wow, what a beautiful sniffer you have. Okay, I missed some gambling. 1-1. Type 1 is sin has no legs. Bro, I have legs. I I I have legs. I can't move them. But I got them. They're pretty cute, aren't they? Oh. Okay. Done. Hold on, I'm situated. Things are checking in on me. Of course, I'll always check in on you. Okay, now where's my game at? Ah, Yuri, there it is! I kind of just like splashed water on my face. And just like had a good time doing that. And then I like patted it dry with a towel. And I guess it kind of helped. I would say it's like 50% better. Bam, 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 bam. What am I in? Oh, I'm at the little shop. I see. I don't think I want any of this. Oh, thank you for the height, Jade. Surely you're just tired. No, it's like dry eyes when you're tired. It feels like there's just like chemicals. I don't know. It's probably like my sunscreen just got in my eyes a little bit, you know? Or something like that. Okay. Gimbal all. Oh. Why are you losing all your money? Wait. Oh my goodness. I wanna go to with the I wanna go with you to the casino so bad. I wanna lose $50 and then I look over biting your lip. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I messed up again. Does not. It looks like she's doing a great job. I don't think she's missing at all. Oh my goodness, why are there so many like tracker arrows? What the? Bam, bam. I wish they stayed on the screen when you like got close to it. Let's go, JK. Gamble IRL. I think you're valid for that. I don't have any like qualms with gambling. It's just like not my favorite thing to do. I don't know. I don't know, for my birthday, my wait, what's the it's like, is gambling 21? I think gambling's 21. Is it 21 or 18? No, maybe it's 18. 21 doesn't seem quite right. Anyway, whatever birthday I was like legally old enough to gamble, my dad gave me $50 because I wanted to go to the casino with my friends. Because I was like, yippee, I'm old enough. And I'm like usually the youngest person in my friend groups. So all of my friends were able to come with me. And my dad gave me $50 to gamble. And like I gambled all of it and I lost all of it. And it was like not a big deal because it wasn't like I lost any money. It was just like someone else gave me money. But I feel like when you're gambling your own money and then you lose $50, it's like, man, I would rather just have $50 right now. It's 21, 21. thought you could buy scratcher tickets at 18. But maybe that's not real. At least with video games, I dropped 50. I can get hours of the content. Yeah, that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. It's nice to have like a physical thing with your dollars. But I don't know, one of the friends that I went with, he like won $200. And that was like so exciting. But I just feel like that doesn't happen very often. That's different. Casinos are 21 and scratch offs are 18? Oh. I thought it would all be classified the same way. I think this book will grant some combat experience. Did I get this from the floor? I don't really know where that came from. Oh, they glow. That's so cute. Okay, man, I have to move all these chests when the shed is done. But that sounds like a problem for future Frost. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. You go here. Uh-huh. Yup, looks good. Gamble 3! Yo, you said you wouldn't go over too! Sheesh. You're going crazy today, huh? I like all the like. Wow. I think this has been a very productive Stardew stream. Damn, look at your fake points. Sheesh. Almost 2.5 million, huh? Kind of awesome. It's only 7:20, but I don't have anything else to do. I go to the desert, but it's too late. I guess I'll fish in this little pond. XGPS118. Well, I don't know. I don't know if my bus driver. Dory. XGPS118. What does that mean? Oh my goodness. This queue is humongous. Wait, where did it go? Hold on. I have no idea. Oh, you didn't get curious and look it up? Okay, I think I added it to the queue like 8 times, but it's not showing up in the queue. Can I be honest? I don't really know where it went. Okay. Sorry, I'm breaking things. I took them all from Azu. R.I.P. Azu. It's okay, he didn't deserve them. OMG, and this one too? Hearts to hearts, focus. Oh yeah. Zora might like that one too. I feel like you and Zora have similar tastes. What? Don't look at that. I'm in charge of the music. He's my home playing music, yo! That's so awesome. Bro, what is with these fish going crazy sicko mode? Ah! We share songs sometimes, it's so awesome. Yo! That's what it's all about. That's how you know your homies. Oh, man. They said you can't have any more fish. You messed up too many. There's a broken CD. L Stardew fishing sounds. You need to skip Stardew fishing mod? What? Bro, hero hum. But I like fishing. Okay, well, okay, this is a bad example. This is a bad example because these fish are freaky and I don't have any bait on my hook right now. So I don't think I'm giving it the best foot forward. But usually it's pretty awesome and swag. I will say I do like it better than Warframe. Because Warframe you have to like aim. These ones are freaky. They are. You're listening to Tempo by EXO right now. And they're misbehaving. I like this song. Yar. Yar. Pretty good. Yo. Ooh. Ooh. I'm listening. I'm listening. This is kind of awesome. Ah, pretty voices. She kind of broke my cue. I was trying to add to it. Sigh. I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear my Pookie song. Sorry. Is that Lilac's emote? That's so awesome. I was adding them. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were like here. I didn't know if you were locked in or not. Uh, sorry, my bad. I like grabbed the wheel for a sec and then we drove off the road, but it's okay, you corrected it. Bam, bam, bam. Pugging, pugging, pugging. Oh my goodness, I'm pugging so hard right now. Bam, 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 bam. I think I mostly listen to boy groups. What? What? What is happening? Why is... Sigh. She's breaking... Bro, I'm not even there! I'm not even doing anything! I'm fishing right now. I'm not pausing things. I'm not doing anything. Oh my god, bro! Why are you blaming me? I'm just here. I'm just here and now it's quiet and weird. Sigh. Oh, I might like low-key pass out. Damn, where that song at? Uh, yeah, I don't know. It's somewhere. Like scared to mess with it. I'm gonna let Zora fix it. Surely he's got that. I didn't do anything. No, man. Now I'm asleep on the floor. 288 fishing dollars. Slay. I wish trash sold for like $1. They should give me $1 for throwing my trash in the trash can. It's not even my trash. I fished it up. They should definitely give me $1 for that. Bam, 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 bam. Yippee! Yippee! I made it to year 2! This is so awesome. Wait, and my flower is a flower instead of a stump now. Real and true. I didn't do nothing. Don't put that hate on me. Sheesh. Oh, the absent father is back. Oh yeah, I'm gonna end here. My goal is just to make it past winter. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Oh, look at this guy. Wait, the spring colors are so pretty. And my house looks so good except for the porch. Mm, if if the beam in the porch matched the like black vibe, that would be kind of awesome. But it's okay. It's still like medium awesome. Oh, and the grass did grow back a little bit. Okay, so next stream, I'm gonna get chickens immediately and start going crazy with eggs and such. And then surely since it's spring, there'll be a rainy day and we'll get married. And it will be so swag. So please tune into that. I don't know when that will be. Just maybe just be like perma tuned in. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, to the side. Egg maxing in marriage. Yeah, write that down. Write down egg maxing, please. I don't want to forget. I need the little baby chickens. Well, yeah, that was a good stream. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Um, hold on. I have announcements. Okay, tomorrow at noon 17. Oh my god, collision. Tomorrow at noon 17, I will be playing Moramori. So if you're into Amori, you can tune into that. That would be so pog and slay. And then I'll be live again also on Wednesday and also on Saturday. And I will not be live on Thursday and Friday because fingers crossed I will be moving for real this time. So please send me good vibes for that. The next bracket for the Twitch Sexy Man tournament is in the works. If you haven't voted in that, it's not closed yet, so like you still can if you want. You still can if you want. I'm gonna be doing that so expeditiously. So get your votes in if you want that. And yep, that's all. Yeah, that's all. Thanks for hanging out with me and vibing with me. I'm sorry it's a little low energy. A little sleepy for real. Oh, Icy's live. Let's trade Icy. Okay. Thank you for your little car emoji. Cute. Very cute. Oh yeah, those are oh, there's not a space. There's not a space, buddy. I forgot the commands. It's okay, I got you. Okay, you can copy one of those raid messages if you want, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep tonight. I hope you had a good day. You're always a little sleepy. I gotta go. Goodbye. Bye.